So early for you.
Crackspider. Nice web, Mr. Crackspider. Nice web, Mr. Crackspider. Nice web, Crackspider. Nice web, Mr.
Joining us
Crackspider.
now.
Web structure was unaffected. Crackspider, Mr. Crackspider. Nice web, Mr. Crackspider. Web structure was unaffected. Raised over 100 young. The mate got a restraining order, and now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found the mate, and raised over. The crack cocaine spider figured building fence was more socket.
Hello, hello. How's it
Hello,
going,
brother.
guys? Episode 52.
Gentlemen, how are you? How was your
It's a
week?
long journey getting here through the titling process.
That knitted mediocre results.
Everyone's stoked on the title.
Okay. We need see, that's that positivity.
Yeah, but it's been really good today. I don't know about you guys. Life is awesome. Always better all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah, for sure.
it's a perfect day, man. I'm telling you.
Wants
So
to
where-
begin.
Where did you come from, Chance Garton, just before you got here? What
Oh,
were
you know
doing?
what? I got myself warmed up, got the blood flowing with a nighttime bike ride to my nearest 5G tower to gift it with an earth pipe. And thanks to Mitch, the orgone donor, for providing me with a whole bunch of pipes to improve the energetic qualities of my local area. It was fun. Felt like the old days of, doing egregious hooligan stuff as a teenager, But instead of setting off fireworks in people's driveways at 3 a.m, I'm helping the Earth heal from geoengineering. So it's been a 360 win.
Nice. So how do you determine like what angle to place your gift? You like
I think you just get it in the ground vertically,
Mhm.
and
anywhere in the area?
yeah, close is good, but they have about a quarter-mile range, Mitch said. But I assume it's probably better to be closer to the actual artificial phallus. Obelisk of Doom.
Uh-huh.
Hey, cat party. What's yours named?
Oh, nice. This is Snacks.
This is Gandalf.
Oh,
Nice.
sweet.
Love that.
I just got to mention every time you talk about Mitch, the orgone donor, I always think about whether or not I should check yes to be an organ donor on my identification. And do you guys have any thoughts about that?
Well, I just got a new license to transport merchandise and goods as a commercial driver of a automobile. So I said no this time. I said, no, I would not like you to have access to my organs. Sorry.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, I'm on board with you, Chance. I figure I donated my placenta when I was born. That's all they're going to get.
I was an organ donor, but I recently had to renew my license and I had him take it off because I watched a movie called Operating Room Number 8 or something like that.
Oh, no.
Made in the 80s, where they were gassing people with carbon monoxide. So when they were having a surgery, they would die, and it looked like it was an accident. And then they were selling their organs to like this company that was doing weird stuff. They're
Highly
like,
profitable.
yeah, and I feel like it was a truth drop. So I looked into it and I was like, oh no, that's really
Wow.
going on. A lot of these doctor shops are organ harvesting plants in major city hospitals.
I think I used to be on mine, but then I figured, why would anybody want any of my organs? I was so unhealthy at the time. So I thought I'd be doing a disservice to any poor schmuck that would have gotten one.
Yeah, they don't care when they're selling them. If you
Yeah.
drink or smoke, it's just another dollar.
Yeah.
You know?
Johnny in the chat says he did the organ donor shit as a sick joke. His organs are tainted.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You know, now whenever I see medical like workers coming and going, which is kind of frequently in this area, I often think that that's, you know, I say a little prayer in hopes that that's somebody getting something they need and not somebody making a dollar.
Yeah, we always hope so.
I haven't read the fine print enough to know exactly what the terms and conditions are involved with organ donation. It might differ state to state, but I don't know. What does the chat have to say? What do people think about organ donation? I don't know. It's like it's that time when people are carving pumpkins, and do you really want your body to be carved up like a pumpkin?
Wow.
I don't know. I'm still undecided, so try and convince me otherwise.
So
into
here's
one
the other
direction.
cat. It just showed up. This
What's
is
his
Peregrine. Peregrine Took.
Nice.
Sweet names.
They're all
Sweet
named for
names.
Lord of the Rings. My dog is Gimli.
My dog is Frodo.
Nice. Gimli was almost Bilbo.
That's awesome. I love Lord of the Rings pets. It's probably the best thing you can do.
But don't name them after the most mischievous and obnoxious character, like this guy. They will live up to it.
Yeah. That's true. It's all in a name.
It does. You heard what I was telling the guys a while back about my dog when I changed its name, Chance. Did you hear that story? So
You changed it. You can change your dog's name.
I did.
You don't have to do
And it
any legal
worked.
paperwork for that.
No, I didn't. I kind of consulted other higher authorities, me, and went, "Hey, I'm doing this," and so it doesn't match her papers or whatever. What do I care? Anyway, so when I first got her, this little what do you call it? What do we have? Snake. What's the dog? Ridgeback.
I know, Leo.
Ridgeback. Yeah, it's a Ridgeback mix. It looks just like, it's a lot like Snake's dog. But when I first got her, she was a spaz, and I named her Mina Harker after the vampire in Dracula. You know, the victim, the female victim, who later on in League of Extraordinary Gentlemen becomes like Mina the vampire, right? So I named her that. She bit through my finger all the way through. Like I still have a scar right there
Yikes.
that went all the way through. But she's small, but she's got big feet. So I renamed her Dinky Meat Feet.
Nice.
And it worked. Like she's just a snuggle bug. She's not spazzy. I mean, she's annoying as hell because she's a perpetual toddler, but it works. That name thing, it makes a difference, I think.
We named 4 animals today.
You got
One
new
of them
ones.
named Jim.
They got new critters.
I'm super honored about the name that you picked for your goat.
Oh yeah, I had to.
You
I
named
think
one
I
of
had
the goats
that
after me.
decision made a year ago.
You named
what
it
are your-
James Maiden or
Hmm?
Black Marmalade? You've named it Black Marmalade?
I got
Sexy
recommendations.
Black
on
Marmalade.
Lucifer, Beelzebub. What else did they?
Lil Pope Lick, named after the Pope Lick Goat Man monster. We'll call him Lil Pope Lick.
Oh, cute as hell, man.
So, Alan, have you decided why it's Pope Lick? Why are we licking?
Why is the name of a place in Kentucky Pope Lick? I don't know.
Next town over here is Boone's Lick.
My intuition was telling me that there was a short film made. Well, that was Wikipedia telling me that. My intuition was saying that this short film that they made in like 1988, little horror film, introducing a goat-headed beast man that lives under this bridge or on top of this bridge, encouraging people to walk over this train trestle to their death and doom. Sounds like it was maybe started from a horror movie, or maybe that's just where it sort of became popular, but I think there was a legend before that. I'm not sure. We need to find someone from that area to come on the show and tell us what's actually going on in that Pope Lick, Kentucky.
So in German, the suffix "lick" means like. So it's Pope-like.
Really?
Pope like.
Yeah.
So, that makes sense because I'm like, there's a lot of lick towns.
Uh-huh.
A lot of Germans came here, so makes sense.
So Snake, you were talking about drinking from the skulls of your enemies today.
I didn't say that. I said, let me say it right. The cure for COVID, I mean, not COVID, I'm sorry. We'll call it Sufface bug, is to bathe in the blood of tyrants. Tell me I'm wrong.
That sounds about right.
There's more of us than there are of them. You know? Anyhow, whatever.
I like your blood sausage quote.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. nutritious as hell, man. I'm telling you. Can you imagine a Bill Gates blood sausage?
Oh, no, thanks.
If you didn't have the prion disease that they're passing off as a virus, you would from that.
Yeah, you sure?
You develop Alzheimer's in 5 minutes from eating that dude's organs.
You know, we went from making documentaries called Fat, Sick, and Nearly Dead to COVID. Like, come on, guys.
Yeah.
You're gonna die anyway.
Yeah, cannibalism, huh? What a fun topic. We talked about that a little bit last night in our movie group we watched. The Shining forward and backwards at the same time. That was a crazy experience.
So what is the significance of that? How does it mesh up? Like, is it like some weird moire? Like you're watching two screens of,
We have
'Cause
two
I watched
hemispheres in your brain.
5 minutes of it.
Very good question. What we saw is someone took the DVD version of it, ripped it, and then put it in their editing software and found a point in the middle as the anchor point for the film, took the film and put it in reverse, overlaid that over the top of the film going forward, and then changed the opacity 50%. So you're seeing the movie playing backwards over the sound and the movie moving forwards. So there's this point in the middle where the films cross, and there's symmetry on both sides of that point. The film is 2 hours, 22 minutes, 22 seconds. So at 1 hour and 11 minutes and 11 seconds, there's like a crossover at a very interesting point in the timeline.
And
I
it's
mentioned
so
that because of the
predictive.
cannibalism. What did you see, Jim?
Oh,
on
it
the
was
television.
it was very predictive. Everything that was happening overlaid was related sort of to what they were talking about on the forward moving sections, and then in reverse it had a double different meaning. I mean, once you pass the midpoint, it wasn't like watching the same exact movie twice. It was pretty cool. Definitely,
Yes,
we had a lot
Egon.
of wows.
When we get there, I wanted to hear more about this, but when we get there, let's talk more about cannibalism and prions and mad cow disease, because I've uncovered some new information today that may be of interest.
Yeah. So Danny in the movie tells us he learned about cannibalism from watching the television. So that's why I bring it up. In the middle of the film, there's a news report on the television. So the theme of this television, telling a vision, being significant in creating a meaning for the reality, is very significant in the film.
It's okay. I saw it on TV, he said, talking about the Donner Party.
Wow.
Right.
Interesting.
And it almost denotes that by seeing it or watching it, you are giving consent. So now you accept the idea into your life. And the overlap is amazing. What is, at the moment that he says that, the ghost image behind it is like all kinds, it's at the climax where there's blood coming out of the walls of the hotel, and it's just profound how the overlap has extreme predictive value. It was clearly made to be done this way. And we kind of got into the idea of storyboarding and how storyboarding must have been essential to getting this symmetry so utterly perfect. And I've recently heard some indications that corporate powers that presume to be are also very into storyboarding and kind of staying on script, if you will, and that's where corporate interests that are taking the world stage right now are using storyboards to compartmentalize, but to stay in the vein of the theme of the day.
Is it not true that there's an idea around reading grimoires and occult books to read backwards and approach the information that way? Probably not to read backwards literally, but to start at the last chapter and then read the second to last chapter in that order.
Yes, I have heard that certain demonic entities will spew the biblical passages in reverse, which is really creepy to think of. But it may, on the spiritual plane, if these demonic entities go back to the time when the Bible was written in Greek, we have that fact that there were no spaces, there were no paragraph breaks, there's no gaps, and so the true masters of literature in the Greek culture, it's one word, and it kind of makes sense that demonic entities might do that in a strange way.
Okay, so Jenny B just brought up eating brains in the chat. So this totally connects to where I was going to go on the cannibalism subject. One of my favorite podcasts is Mysterious Universe.
Mm-hmm.
It's largely entertainment value, but also you just never know where their research might connect to things sometimes they're just talking about ridiculous stuff and laughing, but other times it's like they do get to the bottom of some of these mysteries. And the topic was cattle mutilation. And we're familiar with this probably, right? The phenomenon of ranchers finding these strange surgical desanguinated livestock. Different parts of the cattle have been almost like with laser beams cut out and cored and drilled out. And it's presented as possibly an extraterrestrial ET thing. And there's a lot of folklore around that. But there's just as much lore about black helicopters and finding needles under the body and other sloppy intelligence agency fails, right? And so let's back up a little bit. The books that they were referencing today, let me read the titles here. The first one is by Christopher O'Brien, Stalking the Herd, Unraveling the Cattle Mutilation Mystery. And the second one is called Brain Trust, The Hidden Connection Between Mad Cow and Misdiagnosed Alzheimer's Disease. So what they're talking about with the Alzheimer's is that there's going to be a lot of explaining. I hope you guys are up for it. It's Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease being misdiagnosed as Alzheimer's. And this is basically bovine spongiform encephalopathy, like holes in the brain. And it's from, there's so much to this story, but okay. So it goes back to the idea of Kuru, which was, I think in New Zealand is the correct place where this is happening, where it was a belief that sorcerers had done something to you to cause you to basically like get sick and drop dead. But when investigating, there was a Fort Detrick scientist who was tasked to go around the world. I can't remember the guy's name, and find viral and pathogenic diseases to bring back for the Biological Warfare Division over at good old Fort Detrick, Maryland, where one of the worst cancer hotspots in the world, coincidentally, go figure. And he discovered these natives in New Zealand that had this issue called Kuru that they thought was an illness brought on by sorcerers or, dark shamanism. But in investigating it, he found out that there were secret cults of women in these tribes that would get together at night and have orgiastic, cannibalistic rituals where they would dig up dead bodies of men and eat their brains raw. And they were giving themselves this type of spongiform encephalitis and giving it to their children. They would bring their children into these rituals. And so later in life, they would develop these symptoms that look a lot like Alzheimer's. And anyway, the insinuation is that this lovely researcher then took the idea back to the biological warfare division, and they started seeing how they could apply this idea. And long story short, it leads to a change in the feeding patterns for livestock in the big livestock industries, where instead of feeding them things that they would maybe eat naturally, like grass or not as good, but like hay, things like that, it became roadkill and deceased pets from veterinary clinics and just dead bodies that had rotten and gone way too far and been ground up into paste and mush. And they're feeding this to the livestock, and they're creating on purpose the conditions for the food supply to create this bovine spongiform encephalitis in human beings, which is a prion disease. And we're probably in trouble for even talking about this, but if you look at the rate of Alzheimer's, so-called Alzheimer's, and how it's increased in the last decade, we're talking like in some short periods of time from year to year, over 8,000% increases, humongous jumps forward. And researchers like Clint Richardson that I've talked to over on Innerverse have suggested that a lot of what is going on right now with cooties has to do with prion-related diseases. And I don't know if he's made this link back to cannibalistic necrophage female cults in New Zealand. But it's very interesting. That's my best summary of it for now, without, because I just was casually listening to this episode. But there it is. Happy Halloween.
So, Jim, you probably remember this. I think you guys touched on it on RX Picture Show, but I had to go out and get the book. Has anybody else heard of The Beginning Was the End by Oscar Kismarth? This book is out of it's in a league of its own. It's so far out. It's about the history of cannibalism. And it asserts that the boom in human intelligence has a correspondence to the eating of brains culturally across the globe. It is way far out stuff. It's way far out. And it's a little out of date, and it's a little culturally not so PC anymore. It's not the kind of book you go reading at the airport, if you know what I mean. But it is profound because there's been a lot. I mean, because this is not new. This book is old, and applying it militarily, it's a steep line of reasoning.
What is the name of the author?
Oscar Kismarth. Here, I'll put it in the chat. It's three names: Oscar, Kiss, Maerth.
Okay.
And I just want to put this into the conversation. And it feels like we're already on hour 3. We're going deep fast.
We just started and jumped into the deep end.
Yeah, we did. So, so let's just think about the possibility that feeding that to the animals, and then us eating the animals, and its correspondence with intelligence and increased intelligence, might lend to the quickening and the revelations, the increase of knowledge.
Or this is just a totally inverse belief system. Could be that.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at
That's
personally.
what I would lean to. So that kind of brings me to what happened to me this week. Speaking of books, was we got back from our trip. My wife and I, we were supposed to go do a road trip, and it didn't work out. She had some dental work that needed to be done, so we ran out to Bisbee, which is an hour and a half away. But we were able to get a place, which is hard to do this time of year because Bisbee's known for its haunted hotels because it's a mining town.
Mhm.
And so it's kind of hard to get in. So we found a window and we jumped it, and we stayed in this place called the Leston Loft Hotel. And it was started in 1883. And there's a whole Bisbee massacre that happened right at the front door of this place. And I guess some bunch of, it's kind of linked in with Tombstone because they lynched those guys and dragged them. Like a group of guys shot another group of guys. I don't know what it was. Probably everybody's drunk back then. And they killed them and then dragged them all the way to a posse, dragged them all the way to Tombstone, which is probably another hour drive, probably a good day's drive or ride in, on horseback.
Mhm.
But they dragged them all the way to Tombstone and hung them.
I want to just put a caveat on the whole cattle mutilation thing I brought up. The insinuation is that all of that was military intelligence looking to see how their operation was going in terms of spreading this encephalitis thing, and then making it, and then promoting the story that it's extraterrestrials doing this to kind of cover their tracks.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Chance. I didn't mean.
No, that
No,
makes
it's
a lot
cool.
of
I just
sense.
forgot that I didn't make that point. We don't need to belabor it. I just wanted to get that Chad rescued.
And the whole thing that Vacus is cow.
Yeah, the cowpoke vaca. That's right.
Mhm.
And what is the horned god, the bull? Actually, and then what here? I gotta do a screen share. I'm gonna hold this thought. I'll be back. I'm gonna dig up an image about a horned god.
Okay, so I guess I'll talk about when we got back. My wife and I started going through the garage because we were talking about my father-in-law this trip. And so when we got home, we started digging through his boxes of stuff that we'd had in the garage for, I think it's been a decade that he passed away. So we're going through all this stuff, and we find all these books, all these metaphysical books, and like a guide to astral projection, a guide on clairvoyance, a guide on just all sorts of mystic books, the Knights of the Order and things like this. Now, what I think a lot of this is some of it is just, you start reading, I went through two of them, and you start getting the idea that somebody's trying to sell you a cult. That's kind of what some of these are. And
Are you telling me you've had this cachet of knowledge for 10 years in your garage, and now you just went
I
and,
never even went through it. Yeah.
and you
Yeah,
just,
that's exactly
just
what I'm
felt
telling
the
you.
calling to go
Uh-huh.
through your storage wars, treasures, to see
Uh-huh.
what's in there? What?
Yes, you're welcome. Today was the day. But yeah, it's there are 3 more bins of boxes, those sealed boxes that I've never gone through, with stuff like this. Big masters tutorials on the tarot, masters of Kabbalic tarot.
That Franz Barden book looked real good.
Yeah, we'll see. I gotta start cataloging that stuff and going through. I just started digging, and we're both like, start reading, but yeah, 2 of those books were. But
Yeah,
I'm
but they had a
wondering.
nice cover. The
thing is,
cover art was great.
I'm wondering if these, because he was in the Rosicrucians before my wife was in 5th grade. He converted to Christianity and hid everything and got rid of all his Rosicrucian stuff. But before that, so this is where it starts getting even weirder. So when she was in 5th grade, he was converted to Christianity and got rid of all his magic stuff. He even had a crystal ball. And when my wife was a kid, she remembers him doing like these little tests with the psychic cards, like they do on Ghostbusters. He had a bunch of those as well. So I'll go get them in a minute when we get a break.
The Zener cards.
Yeah.
Jim is awesome at that.
Are you, Jim?
Yeah, I practiced online quite a bit. And I mean, I'm not awesome, but I got better at it after lots and lots and lots of practice.
You can identify the 5 symbols.
Well, not every time. Not like
I mean, out of a group of symbols, maybe there's 100 symbols, and you can pick out the 5 that belong in the set of Zener cards.
Out of 5 symbols and a bunch of cards, I can pick out, quite a bit. I don't know. The Zener cards, it's like there's 25 cards, and then there's 5 of each of 5 symbols, and so that's how it works. But I don't know. I'm not like that good, but
I saw you, Jim. Don't be modest. I saw you on RX Picture Show. You did it out of a deck of 52, which today is episode 52. And I think it was the ace. I think it was Ace of Hearts. Do you remember what it was?
Wow.
I think it was Ace of Hearts.
It was Ace of Hearts, man. You called it cold. Nailed it.
Speaking of calling aces, I got a healing session from Lindsay last week.
Oh, did you? Yeah. How'd that go?
Traded. It was like a heady swap where I did some aura technician stuff for her with my forks, and then she did her ceremony for me. And I'd recently done this big tetragrammaton spread on my channel with Ace of Wands at the top of the pyramid. And so anyway, she drew a card, and then I realized she was going to draw a few more cards throughout this session. And I said, the next one's Ace of Wands out of the whole deck. And there it was. So, calling the aces.
Nice.
Wow.
Sweet.
Anyway.
Sometimes you can feel it.
Yeah, you can when you're in the zone.
Yeah.
Gordy, did you guys play with the what are they? Xena cards?
No, I haven't messed with them yet because we were just digging into what was there and just started reading. I mean, it's going to be a while, I think, because there's just a lot of it's junk, and that's like it's the new age section of Bookman's here in Tucson. Like it was, a lot of it's that stuff. But I think because I know the Rosicrucians like make you buy a bunch of stuff, kind of the Scientology model, where you have to pay dues and they want you to buy books and things like this. I think a lot of this stuff is left over from that. So it feels like some of them are just a sales pitch for something else. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Which is kind of how business is. It was the business, the occult. And so they make you buy some of this stuff, but it's fascinating stuff. I'll go grab it here.
Yeah, the ESP cards, often called Zener cards, Zener, designed in the 1930s by perceptual psychologist Carl Zener for his colleague J.B. Hrine. Hrine used these cards extensively for experiments in ESP, including telepathy, clairvoyance, and precognition. The 5 symbols, circle, cross, wavy lines, square, and star. Very similar to the PlayStation controller buttons.
Nice.
Interesting point.
Yeah, great point.
Never made that connection.
That's a great point. So while you guys were doing the show, Chance, you and Jim,
Oh, thank you.
guys
I
were-
wanted to bring that up. Can I, before you say,
Yeah.
let's just
yeah.
let everyone know over on the Innerverse channel,
Mhm.
there's a most recent episode of Vibrant, which I'll link in the chat, where our silent protagonist, Jim, gave us a lot of great laughs and stories, and me and him had a super good time. And a lot, very interesting, especially the cosmic egg stuff that came up that I wasn't expecting, and some DMT talk. And yeah, man, we were breaking the matrix. There's the egg. Whoa, what up? What up?
Wow.
Egg.
Okay, this seems like the time. As soon as you're done, Gabe, I've got some screen shares to do since we're talking about reproduction.
Right
I'm going
on.
to save a Chad related to the horned god.
We're always sitting here talking about reproduction.
So the show is going on, and Gordy was posting his discovery, and Alan was putting up the Zener cards on the on Telegram, and I was not even present. I was hanging out with an old friend, and we at that very moment were reminiscing over the Ghostbusters in the initiating scene, the beginning scene, where he was using those cards to essentially get in the pants of one of his students. And we were just laughing. We were totally losing it because we were remembering how the guy was getting the cards right and he was getting punished for it.
Right. Yeah.
And he was zapping him anyways. And we were just laughing and laughing at how funny that is. But then after we were done laughing, which took us a minute, but afterwards I said, isn't that kind of what college is, where they are zapping away your psychic potential and steering you into that left brain dominance? And I
That
just
cat
thought that
hole
was
wants a kiss.
I know he knows that I'm initiated. he's ready for the next phase.
Okay,
yeah,
so I just
thought
cut
that
my
was
deck, and look
amazing.
what I just cut the deck at a random spot in the I Ching.
What is it?
It's an
Yeah,
egg
yeah,
with a divine being popping out of it. It's
Wow.
number 3. Just thought that was
Whoa.
neat. They're talking about
Nice.
tarot in the chat, so I just cut the deck. I'm like, will this relate to the subject at hand? And there it is.
Oh, you guys are talking about the tarot here.
Yes, there's a
There we go.
question from False Reality Check asking, how does one go about choosing their first tarot deck? I might suggest that their first tarot deck might choose
Oh.
Not
them.
out FCR because I just went on with them today. The episode's not out yet, but the flow state was real, and they're super fun, fellow fire signs, and definitely put the inspo in me. And the spiritual flow state was huge. I think people are gonna love that.
Sweet.
This is yeah.
We
You
need
know what?
to bring them on a
I was-
weave.
I was trying
Absolutely.
to. They're busy fixing the house tonight to sell because they're gonna bolt California. Good for them, man.
Yeah, what are they doing about 3 hours from now?
Yeah.
Maybe they'll be available.
I'll send it to them. But look, there's Kabbalistic Tarot,
Yep, Robert Wang.
Robert Wang.
Robert Wang does a really great deck. That question is still standing. The first tarot deck. Question
So,
being, how do you choose one? How did
I'm
you
a
all
I'm a
choose
Rider
your
Waite
first?
fan personally.
Franz Barton. Am I reversed on the thing?
Nope, you're good.
Oh,
Okay,
You're good.
Franz-
You're good.
Kabbalah, Franz Barton. That's a
Yeah.
beautiful book.
ooh, yeah. Look at that map of the
Kabbalah
world
cover.
on the top.
That right there.
Yep,
That's
that's a zodiac. That's
Zodiac,
a
yeah.
map of the magical universe. That is a
Oh.
calendar also.
Here's our friend Franz.
Yeah. Electric magnetic.
Look at those eyes. Wow.
He's a hermetic master. For
That's
sure.
intensity.
Or we'll give you some cement shoes. You look like a mafia guy.
Kind of does.
He looks like he was at that party in the Overlook Hotel in The Shining, and he was somewhere in the photograph.
Well, this is interesting.
So in Kabbalah, the Q, if you spell it with the Q, that's Greek. If you spell it with a C, that's Christian. And if you spell it with the K, it's Hebrew.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, because I've seen both.
Sounds like quack.
Except when it isn't.
Sounds like quackery, Gabriel.
Except when
got
it
it.
isn't, depending on other authors using the spelling fast and loose sometimes.
You know what goes quack and is into necrophilia? There maybe is a connection to a previous Chads. I don't know.
This is the guy that sucks. Ophiel. This is the one. These are the books that are trying to get you to buy more books.
When you're publishing
Stay
under
away
a
from these.
mononym, yeah, maybe maybe we don't want to read that book.
Yeah. But check this out also that we found out there.
Boom. Boom.
Owl bookends.
The Owl Book
It's destiny.
Awesome.
Yep.
Aren't there two of them?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's so
I've got the
perfect.
pair.
That is so perfect.
Have we gotten any interesting feedback from last week's Owl presentation? Did anyone notice anything?
I loved it. I really enjoyed it. Took me all week to get through it, but it was worth it.
So this is the weird one now. Like, so this is the art and practical magic. This is why I wanted to read those crappy books, is because this is like a rare version of those Ophiel books, but this is the one that has the cards
Oh, wow. What is the title again?
in it. The art and practice of astral projection.
You know what I think the trick is? Clean your colon out and do a parasite cleanse. Do a cleanse. I'm serious. Cleansing. Internal cleansing. See if you astral project automatically. I really think that you might. It works for me. I don't know if you need that guy's book.
The
No, you don't need
enigma is real, guys. Try it.
Yeah,
And then
man.
there's a bunch of
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
a
let's
very
see.
large tarot card.
yeah.
Some very interesting art
Not
plates.
sure.
I wonder if those were pages from the book and they fell out of the binding and they were printed on the reflective color paper and then included in the book, which is different from the pages that the text is printed on. A lot of times these old books will have the colored plates printed separately and then later bound in with the rest of the book, and they might just be like in the center of the book. So you have to go back and read the book and it'll say, see figure 5, and then you go to the middle of the book to see the color plates.
So,
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yeah,
So
because they're clearly
in the-
bound into the book.
Ivy in the chat said, I did a 3-month parasite cleanse and it got really real. And to put it simply, your organs are filtration systems and they're also centers of consciousness, and consciousness is your perceptions and feelings. So if you clean your filters, you will see more of what's real. That's not a joke. It gets really real. It gets really real. You want to get real?
Yep.
Clean your filters.
Fasting. You want to get really real out in nature?
You need to scrub that shit though. Fasting is good, but you need to scrub that out.
Well, once you're
With
Your
what
system's
we've
already-
been exposed to, I mean,
yeah, for sure.
Taco Bell childhood and all that.
how do we scrub it?
Bentonite clay.
Yep.
In capsules?
Yeah. And fasting while you do it. I've got some really old episodes, like when I first started the show, called Metaphysical Dumps, Part 1 and 2. It's a two-parter, and I talk all about the cleansing and how to do it and what it was like for me.
We tried to do that before
Number
the
2.
show. Get it all out before the show.
That's right.
Because once we go
PSP.
live,
Back to the PlayStation, PSP.
yep, bring the PSP into the throne room, and we're not playing games in there.
All right.
Serious business.
Speaking of bullshit, I've had this screen share ready to save a Chad for a minute. I want to get it done because I talked about cattle mutilation. We talked about the cowpoke, vaca. We didn't mention how, but I think it's probably we're aware that these cowpokes are a fertility interference thing, right? So, and even weirder, I don't think I've ever verified this, but there are some rumors going around on the internet about babies being born from cowpoked parents that are developing horns. So here we go. Screen share. This is Taurus. This is Venus, the goddess, the mother, the fertility sign of Earth. It's the horns. This is the brain where the pineal gland is. These are the horns.
What the?
This is your pineal gland right where my mouse is. This is what it looks like. This is the horned god in your brain. This is the female reproductive system. The horns. There's a reason this symbolism exists.
Yep,
For
as above,
Taurus.
so below.
As above, so below.
Yeah, man.
So this is where you generate and create through the third eye. This is where the creation portal is at in the human body. And this is the astrological correspondence. And I just needed to get that out. It's been burning a hole in my pocket.
Yeah,
Taurus
buddy.
here.
Beautiful
In
connection.
fact, I just learned a really cool fact about my birthday is one day off of another dude's birthday here. Jim Maiden is April 23rd, correct?
Yeah.
We're 24th, buddy.
Oh shit.
These are Team
Yeah.
Mom.
Whoa.
Cool.
The brother, mother, Taurus.
Oh,
You're a bull too.
yep.
Yeah.
Also,
awesome.
the Hierophant card, isn't
You got it.
the Taurus the Hierophant, the high priest?
Yeah.
Nice.
Which actually isn't a great card because it's traditional, right? It's what is religious and hard and represents orthodoxy, I think. But I got a pull just yesterday of Hierophant reversed, meaning changing all the traditions, being the high priest of all new traditions, which is kind of heavy.
Gabe was talking about that in a recent video about, is it time to reestablish the symbolism of our systems like tarot and astrology to
Yeah,
root it
man.
into what
Yep.
is now. And I just had a
Yep.
great conversation with an astrologer, a YouTuber called The Peace Dealer, who's super psychic. And it was a very interesting and good conversation. And we discussed the sidereal versus tropical and whether or not it's an inner zodiac or an outer zodiac that's influencing our life force energy. So that could be a topic we get into, or just wait for that Innerverse to drop.
I want to ask the question, the Hierophant card in reverse, would that represent a deconstructive aspect of dogmatic religion and sort of a top-down religious enforcement of the morals and religious laws? Put the Hierophant on his head and kind of shake him out and see what is in his pockets and deconstruct it a little bit.
Yeah.
That's exactly how I read it. I mean,
Yep.
Tarot's all new to me. Like this is my wife's game. This is not my jam. Hasn't been yet until I got this book. So I'm going through these suckers. Gonna become a master.
Nice.
Oh yeah, I blurred it again. Oh well. Anyway,
So it's interesting that you got the upside down Hierophant. So I'm looking at my my personal calendar here. We are on the opposite end of the calendar from your birthday. You are and Jim's birthday. You guys are both a couple days before Arbor Day, I think. Does that sound right?
yeah, I think so.
What day is
Yep,
Arbor Day?
I think I have it on the
It is in
24th
April.
here.
Right? It's around
maybe-
Earth Day somewhere.
Yeah, I have 4/25 for Arbor Day. So you guys are 5. Wait, is that the 4th or 5th month?
4th.
April's 4.
Okay, yeah. So Arbor Day is like right after you guys. And on the calendar, we are 180 degrees away from it. So having an upside down hierophant is strangely appropriate.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah. And then
No.
right after that, a week later is Walpurgisnacht.
What is that?
May 1st, it's also Beltane.
And Mayday. Is that where Mayday comes from?
Yeah, May Day.
The maypole?
We had some May Day references recently.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Wow, that's really interesting because just like Chance said, Rachel and I have been she made an amazing discovery. I was digging in on some of Chance's work with Dylan Sicosio and the 4 royal stars and the Wheel of Fortune card. And in my research, I found out that Formal Halt is it's parallaxed completely out of its own original constellation, and it's like shifted across the zodiac. And she discovered that the other 3 royal stars have experienced profound parallax, and all of them are in new signs right now. And so theoretically, we should not be using these out-of-date 1909 tarot decks. And there should be some updates to the symbolism. So I think there's a lot of power in shaking out the Hierophant, seeing what's in his pockets, and maybe restocking him with some more modern, more accurate divinatory capacities.
Is that how
so.
the heart of the lion became the cat's asshole?
Maybe. It's not. Yeah, she says it's that Regulus has shifted all the way into Virgo at this point. And I've been trying to pull it up in my Stellarium, but Stellarium is off center. I point it right at a star and it's almost 30 degrees on.
That's the Stellarium's the app, that Starfinder app? Yeah.
Yep. And it's good because, I can get oriented to the sky generally. But when I literally look at the stars and try to overlap it with Stellarium, it's not synced up. Something's not right in the database.
I used to use that when I'd go camping, and it seemed to, but it's been a long time since I've used that. But it would work. I don't remember how close it was. It wasn't precise though, for sure. It never was.
Right.
Now,
It's very difficult to get this stuff configured exactly. On Android, the app is called Sky Map, and it'll ask for your GPS location, and then it'll have you do this like calibration. You can kind of see in the video where I'm like doing this figure 8 lemniscati sort of motion with my GPS to get everything configured. And then still you'll be like, I'm holding it up in the sky, and oh wait, the other option, I have to make sure that it's telling the application to look at the sky now. So you might have to time travel to now and not the next full moon or the next period of time. So make sure it's set to now, and make sure you'll hear that sound, and then you have to configure your GPS, and you got to play with it, and you really got to get to know it, and then compare it to Stellarium, and then compare it to what you see in the actual sky, because this is just a sky map. It's not a real-time radar of space weather. It's not a real-time sky clock reader. It's just a static sky map with an algorithm programmed by programmers.
What did you say it was again? What app?
Sky Map on Android.
Oh, okay. I've got Starwalk on my iPhone, which is pretty kick-ass. Starwalk 2, actually, I use.
Hey, this is pretty cool. Chance, I'll put this article in the chats, but you're talking about gifting, and I was talking about so much of I'm always talking about how the desert is completely changing. My wife just sent me this article. 100. God damn it! I did that thing.
Turn off that silly thing, unless you're trying to hide important, like drug operation or something.
And why people look at my junk?
We don't care about you. We
My
want to see
junk
your
drawer.
junk. We
Okay.
want the real Gordy.
Okay. I'll put this article in the chat. It's
Hundreds of three-eyed dinosaurs
Dinosaur shrimp.
dinosaur shrimp.
emerge after Arizona mushroom.
Is that like jumbo shrimp?
They're
like Simpsons.
triops, monsoon. They're triops. You guys know what triops are? They're those
Three
little
ops, three
triops.
optical.
Yeah. Triop.
Whoa, that's some alien looking shit right there.
They look
That
like
is wild.
they look like tiny little horseshoe shrimp. Horseshoe crabs.
Horseshoe
Let's
crab.
get a
they
picture of
live
that on the big
Okay.
screen. Let's
they
screen
living?
share that.
Right now, they're not.
Yeah, they're
awesome.
finding them all over the desert.
Yeah.
What?
So
See, I wonder
In-
if this whole gifting caper will maybe shed some light on the idea of life being a frequency, and
Mhm.
that when a frequency is matched, that certain life forms emerge, and that extinction is a myth, and that we've actually just lost the frequency for a certain level of proliferation and multiplicity of life. Just like they used to say, if you leave out, rotten meat, that the maggots will appear out of thin air. Maybe there's something to that. I wouldn't put it past the reality to work that way. It's a hologram.
Gordy, share
anyway.
that link right away.
I'm putting it in.
I want to screen share it big so we can look at this alien.
Yep.
I just put it in the Telegram chat.
Chance will grab that and screen share it.
I
I like your theory. I like your theory there, Chance. It makes me think of summoning the Titans.
Oh.
Oh man.
Yep, we're sharing space with everything right now. It's just what our vibrational match to perceive. That's why we probably shouldn't set off bombs in the desert, just because it looks like there's nothing there.
I'll put it in the. There we go. Okay.
There's
Link is
something in
there.
the desert.
But yeah, they're and so I saw those triops about a month ago, because the monsoons there was still a lot of water. They're still running water in Bisbee. I mean, it's like stuff that never ran before that I'd ever seen, but all the regular rivers are still kind of running. It's ridiculous.
So you know where my mind's going with this thought right now? That looks a little bit like baby sandworm from the movie Dune,
Dune?
or from Frank Herbert's novel Dune.
Or even reminiscent of the male reproductive fluid under a microscope.
Wow, they're beautiful
Yeah, zoom in on that. Let's make that real big.
and terrifying. Makes
What
me
is
think
that
of,
doing walking around in the desert? That looks like a sea creature.
that bug that they put in your ear in Star Trek, the movie.
Oh yeah, the earworm thing that they put
Yeah.
inside of Chekhov's
Rapid-
ear.
the rapid con.
In con.
Gordy.
God!
So that's a hard shell. It's an exoskeleton. What is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
It
an
also looks
exoskeleton.
like the parasite from the Matrix.
Yeah.
Before it pops open.
Yeah.
So were these things unknown before this?
No, you can actually you can buy triops as kind of a sea monkey thing, because the eggs will stay for decades before they hatch, and
Wow.
it's kind of like a 17-year locust or something like that. But these eggs can stay in the soil and not hatch until that has enough water. Like this year we had a lot of red velvet mites.
I like the
And-
bifurcated tail.
Yeah, it looks like Colossus's arm, right? Like how he had.
3 eyes.
Yeah,
You have 3 eyes?
we do
3
have 3
For
eyes.
real? I thought
eyes.
that was just a like a name because it looked like they had 3 eyes. But they
No,
actually
they actually
have
do have
3
3 eyes. Yeah,
Wonder
Those
what
things are in
spectrum,
dark crystal
It's
too.
almost like an egg shape with something emerging out the top.
I wonder what spectrum they see with that third eye, or I guess their other two also.
When you think about it, this connects to a lot of stuff we've been talking about symbolically. Even that card I pulled with the egg, with the being coming out of the egg, is number 3 of the I Ching.
Wow.
Triops is Greek for 3 eyes.
Yeah, like Cyclops, but
Yeah.
Right.
Triops.
Let me see if I can find it.
Triops.
Sounds like triage, where you go to have your organs harvested.
Bringing it back around. No hanging Chad unturned.
Tell me when to bring it down. I'm just staring at this bad boy.
Man, that is so
Isn't it weird?
fascinating. And that little, the split on its tail it's so fascinating. What function could that serve? That split,
Whoa.
it looks like a lure on that you would use for fishing.
I'm gonna put the Wikipedia page for the triops in there too, because it talks about.
I wonder if it's related to earwigs.
Oh,
You know how they got the
Seems
pincer
like-
on their butt?
Mhm.
Right. Males and females typically pair up to mate by sexual reproduction, but in times of scarcity, they have other means. These crustaceans are also hermaphrodites, meaning they have both male and female sex organs, and parthenogenetic, meaning females can produce offspring from unfertilized eggs.
Well, think about what it means that it's got 3 eyes instead of 2. It's not a pair of sights.
Yeah.
It's got a third eye. It's got the eye single or the balanced. What is up? And it's definitely the hermaphroditic Hermes, Mercury. Is this the symbol of that energy or the balance here in Libra season returning to our realm? Because it feels like there could be something like that going on, and this is the external dream trying to give us the sign that we're changing things.
This feels a little Baphometic to me.
Yeah, man. The triops as in maybe 3 options, sexually speaking.
Oh, wow.
Mm.
Or it's like, instead of yes, no, true, false, maybe. We've got maybe in there now.
So are these
Yeah.
amphibious too? They can live underwater and on land, or do they only breathe air? I see photos of them underwater.
No, they're aquatic.
So are they just dying out in the desert when they run out of aqua?
Yeah, they're just, I think, one of those species we've got a lot of them. There's certain toads and things that they, when the monsoons hit heavy, they all rush out and mate and die. And they mate, lay eggs and
lay
die
eggs.
like really quick. And they're probably one of those species.
And the
They
eggs
only
just
get
sit
about
for
the-
years, huh? Underneath.
Yeah. And their eggs just can sit for decades.
That's so crazy. Yeah, I see they're only like a few centimeters long, like 5.5 centimeters long, including their tail
Mm-hmm.
hairs.
So the triops eggs enter a state of extended diapause when dry and will tolerate temperatures up to 98 degrees centigrade, 208 degrees Fahrenheit for 16
Whoa.
hours. So these are kind of like tardigrades or something. Whereas the adult cannot survive temperatures of 34 degrees centigrade, 93 degrees Fahrenheit for 24 hours. So anyway, they seem kind of okay. If they're not broken in the soil, they will last. I don't know how long. Forever, I guess. If the eggs aren't actually broken in the soil.
So kangaroos can do that. if there's not enough water or food around, they can pause gestation. They can turn off the one.
Wow.
If they have a joey in the, in the oven, they can pause the entire process until the water and food comes back.
Chance, are there
Wow.
more photos of this?
Yeah.
I'll look around. but maybe someone else look for a second because I'm actually going to go off camera and make some tea. But I'll be listening.
Perfect.
There'll be two of me because I'm going to join this on my phone so that I'm in real time listening to you guys.
Here we go. On Amazon, you could buy a kit of triops.
Send you a link,
what?
Alan. Oh, cool.
Yeah. So they're like sea monkeys.
Maybe they're more like gremlins. You bring them home, you put some water on them, and then you got a house full of triops. Are there any dangers to breeding triops at home?
Yes, don't feed them after midnight. Keep them in the water. See, that's when you get in trouble. You take them out of the water, then they start causing havoc. They want to dress and drag and shit, and you get gremlins too. Apparently, they're kind of cool. So green is the top, and red is the underside of these things.
Wow. Yeah, keep sharing those photos to the Telegram, and we can really get into looking at all the details of these.
Yeah, because you can really
these tiny
see
creatures.
the third. Oh, here's this. This is great. I'm gonna share this one.
Wow.
We have a second chance.
Mm.
Okay, so I just dropped a photo in the Telegram group. It's like, so I dropped a picture in the Telegram group where it shows the third eye real close, and it looks like a scowling eyes with another eye right in the center. I don't know if you guys can see that. Yeah, can I screen share this?
This is better than any Michael Crichton novel I never read.
Did you read Andromeda Strain? Anybody?
No.
I kept thinking of Andromeda Strain when like COVID first hit,
Mm-hmm.
because of the whole virus thing, and how the one guy in the book was some old timer weirdo who used to eat sterno, and eating the sterno would make your blood acidic. And it just reminded me of, that something from the pet store, or, some weirdo that's eating horse cream. Like it comes up with the cure for a disease, a mysterious disease that just shows up out of nowhere, falling from space.
Yeah, I know you don't want to have an acidic system. That's where all the like cancer and stuff love that topography, acidic. Your body wants to be basic, basically. Yeah, I sometimes if I eat crappy food, I'll get like heartburn, and eating an apple will kill the heartburn because of the basicness of the apple. Or if I have a sip of pickle juice or something, that helps too.
Do you guys want to take a close look at the toxoplasmosis chart from a parasitology book?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Let me see if I can bring that up here. Are you seeing the picture now?
Seeing your screen.
Yep. Do you see the...
Might have to take it off of full screen.
Okay. I'll figure this out yet. Yeah, so Gabe, I sent you that textbook, I think, right? The parasitology textbook, and I said, hey, check this out. This is what they're teaching in college here.
Mm-hmm.
So does it list all the animals that they believe toxoplasmosis live in? I've been wondering if it's more than just cats and swine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Am I
Oh, there it
sharing my
is.
screen? Okay.
Yeah.
So here's the image. I think I can zoom in a little bit.
Birds too, huh?
Yeah. So it starts with our cat here, who's eating a mouse. And after eating the mouse, digesting the mouse, and within the digested material is a zoomed in image here of what's going on the micro
An egg
level.
cell, egg cells.
Mm-hmm.
So it binds to the cat's intestines and where the eggs form. Is that what's going on here?
This is the image without any text on it. So we'll just kind of look at this first. And I think I can go to the next image.
And then the pregnant girl eats the cat poop, right?
Well, possibly. So we have the cat eats the mouse and then defecates in the cattle area, and the cow somehow gets into that feasting frenzy, eating some of the droppings maybe within the grain, within the grass, and then
Then gases out in the pregnant woman's face.
pretty much. Pretty much, it's those.
Why do we have a random bird there too? Like it's just bird. We have bird.
Well,
Standing on
this
an
is
invisible tree.
this is the coloring sheet, so you can print this out at home and color it in however you like. I'll show you the image from the textbook with the text on it. That'll
That'd be
explain
great.
it further.
We should do a coloring contest.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Let's
my
do it.
gosh.
I'm up for it.
Alan, did you see my response when you said to me? I sent you a picture of Neo when he wakes up in the pod and
Yes.
looks around and sees all the other pods.
Yes.
And I couldn't help it, seeing those cells spreading to the next one, and the fact that, virology is central to Agent Smith's worldview. I just think it's very kind of a trippy, toxoplasmosis comes up in the Matrix in more ways every time I think about it. In 4 or 5 different ways. It's a strange toxo metaphor going on in that movie.
Yeah, we're not making this up for fun, guys. This is from an actual textbook. This is a chapter 8. It says, and they're covering toxoplasmosis, definitive hosts, domestic and wild cats.
Yep.
So within the stomach of the cat, we have
Schizogony.
infections. Yep. The bradiozoite infects cell, forms trophozoites, and undergoes
Schizogony.
Yeah, there's a splitting here of a cell.
Yep.
Released in the intestines. And there's some fertilization happening. And this is the cat is the host. Inside the intestines are the host for this process, passing it through the feces.
Yep.
And it matures. An intermediate host is an animal, a wild animal, a domestic animal, or a human animal.
And then it goes into the matrix.
The
The
mother's
mother.
womb. Yes.
The womb of the mother is the matrix. And here we go with the placenta stuff again, guys. It always goes back to that in the most mind-boggling way. So some of the effects of toxoplasmosis, they have gone way deep on the research, but schizophrenia, gender dysphoria, increased risk-taking behavior, and also indiscriminate eroticism, like just the rampant desire to get it on with whatever.
That's what that guy that married the Ferris wheel was, huh?
Man,
Those dudes that marry the car.
possibilities. Yeah, the possibilities are endless. Think of a weaponized grade derivative, weaponized, like, highly, highly cultivated, and think of what a boondoggle it would be to the black male market. You could hit somebody with this in their wine, and then you put them in a room with anybody that they shouldn't be with, and then record it, and you got them in your pocket.
Happens to every politician out there.
Right. And then think about putting it in the chemtrails and getting the whole population to line up to get poked. Even the desire to be penetrated is built into the mind control potential of this thing. It's amazing. It's just amazing. And they throw it in the Matrix 5 ways from Friday.
So
it
do you
seems
remember
almost like a vampire disease, sort of. There's a host, and then you can be a host and a victim of it. Just an idea.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
What were you saying, Gordon?
Oh, have you guys you've seen Fire in the Sky, right? The pod that he escapes from was really similar to the Matrix. And I haven't gone back to look at that because I'm sure Fire in the Sky came out first, right?
Yeah, but you're right.
I heard that his actual story was a lot different than the way the movie ended.
Yeah.
They added all that pod stuff in.
Yes, that was added in. Mm-hmm.
I got one for you guys that I was thinking while I was off making my tea. Who's seen Anchorman with Ron Burgundy?
It's been a while.
There's a scene when Ron Burgundy goes through his dark night of the soul before he rises to become the hero of the film, before he's initiated into his higher calling, where he goes to a restaurant and he's served a plate of cat shit and he must eat the cat poop.
No
You will
way.
eat the cat poop. This is what Fred Armistice says to him. And he says, I won't eat the cat shit. And then he eventually does eat the cat shit. And not long after that, he becomes accepted into the high society again and he's the shit.
No kidding. That's an Anchorman? I don't remember
he eats
that.
cat shit, a plate of cat shit at a fancy restaurant. And it's a big joke.
Wow.
How did I forget that?
I don't know. It just popped in my head while you guys were talking about it in the Matrix. I was like,
Do we want to
really
reenact? Do we want to reenact the scene? I have it here. I have the script. Who wants to play Tino? And who wants to play Ron Burgundy?
I'll be Ron Burgundy.
I'll be Tino.
Here, I got a plate full of food.
Do you see the script? Who wants to play Tino and who wants to play Ron Burgundy? It's in Telegram. I can play Tino because I'm reading it. Who's going to play Ron Burgundy?
Okay, I gotta get the script here.
It's in the Telegram.
I will not eat that. Okay.
I am Tino. You're Ron Burgundy. Gordon.
Who else we got?
Okay.
Just us two?
It's just us two, yes.
Okay.
Tino says, okay, begin the scene. You eat that for the way you talk about my city.
I will not eat that.
You are going to eat that cat poop.
I will not eat cat poop.
You will eat cat poop.
No.
No.
You
Ron
make a
Burgundy
fool
says
of
no. He
me.
refers to himself in third
Ron
person.
Burgundy.
You gotta get the one right.
Right. He refers to himself in third person.
Try it
So,
again.
Ron Burgundy says no.
You make a fool of me and everyone in here. You put that cat poop in your mouth.
Nope.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
That's
See?
not what it says. I will not eat cat poop.
You will do it immediately.
No.
You will.
Fine. I'll try to eat. My thing is too small here. Fine. I'll try to eat. If I take one bite, will you leave me a steak? If I take one bite of shit, will you bring me a steak?
Okay, Cypher, I'll think about it.
Huh.
Cypher,
Wow, that's
the
real?
link. Whoa.
Oh,
Yeah, Matrix again.
so that's weird. Rachel just put a clip from SNL
Oh no.
of feline feces.
Saturday Night
Yeah,
Live.
yeah,
That's
the
what we're
litter
doing.
critters.
Oh, I do
Yeah,
not
this
remember
was this is the comedy sketch encouraging children to play with kitty litter and form them into interesting figures, almost
Oh,
playing
right.
Play-Doh games.
Right.
The
I do
litter
remember
critters
this.
commercial. Yeah.
We play this
They like
link.
Cat Turd and Step Brothers.
Another Will Ferrell film. Was Will Ferrell SNL
Yeah.
cast member
Mhm.
too?
Yes, he
Am I
was.
not
Yeah,
wrong?
he was.
I love how
Bears
weird we are. This
Dogsters.
is great.
We will do more read-alongs as they are suggested and relevant. Okay, they have to be relevant to the conversation in some meaningful way, and then perhaps we will not rehearse them and we'll do it live. We'll do it live. That's incredible. Ron Burgundy, cat poop, litter critters, feline feces, Saturday Night Live.
The tangled web we weave.
Yeah, it's hilarious. That's the potty comedy we got to work with here.
That's the state of culture.
It all started with Adam Sandler and Happy Gilmore. I was shocked.
Oh, that stuff is garbage,
Is your
man.
cat poop with Adam Sandler too?
Could be, but man, the Jew comedy. Oh, did I say that? I mean, it's just
Annie D says this is our literature. Literature.
Wow. And you know what else? You know what a litter is?
Bunch of kittens.
Besides that, whenever you see royalty being carried in a throne that has
Oh, no.
slaves holding the pegs, and it takes like 4 or 8 guys to carry their big chariot that is powered by slaves, you know, that chair that the slaves carry that has like the veil and the throne that the queen or the king
Yeah.
rides in is called a litter.
Oh
Whoa.
my goodness. And it
Oh, you know it'd be a
lifts
good
up-
film
So the
for
litter,
you.
the litter carries the royalty, and you have kitty
Yeah.
litter. What do you think?
Yeah, man, and it lifts them up.
What do you
Puts
think?
them above. That's amazing.
They have the immunity to the toxoplasmosis.
The secret to RH negative blood.
I got
That's all
it.
it
Man,
So
that is
anyway,
so wonderful.
mic drop. Litter.
What
Yeah,
if
man.
serpentine will treat that? Or ivermectin because it kills parasites.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. According to certain doctors, you know, I'll try to get that, link that in the show notes.
I'm still on literature.
That's amazing.
You tour around
And-
on your litter
Uh-huh.
as you profess the dogma that will go into writing as your decrees.
Man, I got a scene from Caligula in my head. I watched that the other day because it's a documentary, and it's
Uh-huh.
I forget what queen it is, and all the guys are just standing around jerking off and fucking plates, and she's grabbing the semen and putting it all over her face. It's like, I promise you, that's Pelosi when she gets home. I'm not kidding. That's what these people are. It's been the same thing forever.
What was the name of the movie you're referencing?
It's Larry
Caligula.
Flint's Caligula. It's got
Oh.
Malcolm McDowell starts off right off the bat, man. It's gnarly.
Caligula. Yep,
Uh-huh.
gotcha. Yeah, and you mentioned Fire in the Sky earlier. That's a 1993 movie based off of the life of Travis Walton, who in 1975 was working in a forest, was driving home, saw a mysterious light, and was abducted by a flying saucer.
My labs.
Mm-hmm. Was that in Arizona? What state was that?
Yes, it was in Arizona.
Labs
It
and
was
military cattle mutilations.
Mm-hmm.
it was up by Flagstaff in a town actually south. It's called Snowflake, which it's not named after Snowflake. Snowflake is two men named Snow and Flake. Interesting.
In his original story, or his actual story, he was out in the woods and saw this craft, and he jumped out of the pickup and ran up to it, and he got shocked, like he either touched it or got too close to it, and it shocked him and knocked him on the ground, and his friends got scared and drove away. And apparently he was related to them somehow. He said they were like tall Nordics with 6 fingers or something, and they, because of who he was and his genes, they had to take him into the ship and heal him and bring him back to life and then return him. And it took a few days for him to be healed by whatever it was that they did to him. And he had some memories of it. And they took him back and dropped him off somewhere else in the woods. And he wandered back home. I think he was naked and told everybody the story, but they were tall Nordic aliens with 6 fingers was the story.
That's what's his name's God, who's that guy from Schneider? Phil Schneider talked about the 6-finger guy from Venus. Valerian, or what was his name?
Yeah, Thor.
Thor, yeah.
Oh yeah.
They don't seem,
Yeah.
they're not aliens. I mean, if you can get past that whole alien thing and no one leaves low Earth orbit, you can really get rooted and grounded again and realize, oh, it's just a breakaway civilization. You know,
That's it. Valiant Thor.
Thank you. They're outside the reset. They're just watching and stuff. They're participating. They made it, you know. Could even be like, what's his name when he talks about the rings, this cosmic egg? That English gentleman, he's Indian. Does anyone recall that when he came out with that, the cosmology? So, I don't know.
I'd be curious about that if you can dig it up, because Cosmic Egg's my jam, but I haven't seen a lot of research on it. I basically got exposed to the idea a couple of years back, and then it just keeps unlocking connections in my mind as I hold that as a possibility for the realm.
Well, the
There it
whole
is
torsion
behind me.
thing, yeah, the whole torsion ring thing completely makes sense. If the
good,
Earth
don't it?
is
Taurus, generative principle, the egg, the reproductive system, Taurus.
you do that qigong, you can feel that energy field like kind of going through, doing that in and out at the same time.
That's the ancestral well.
Yeah, right. That well is right here, man.
Reciprocating
Right here.
It's a, never mind, I forgot. It's it's going back and forth, and it's turning, and it's a reciprocating, shoot, I forget. It's what electromagnetic field does in a magnet.
Right.
That what's his name?
Yeah,
Ken Wheeler, yeah.
He came out like 5-6 years ago. I remember he had like 1,000 subs, and I was just researching fishing magnets and neodyme powered magnets, and he came up and he was doing those experiments and stuff, and it connected with the torus field. He was using that, created that little glass piece where you could actually see the fields, but that unlocked a bunch. And then what's his name came out with his cosmic egg theory, and there's another guy who was showing the torus with the mathematical whatever. Oh, it's I'll find it. Yeah.
Did you mention Norbs? I got distracted by email. The channel Norbs World. This guy did a really artistic 3D graphic animation of the cosmic egg concept, and it really helps to see the clock aspect and the way the oscillations work. And so I'll drop a link to that because it's my favorite. I mean, maybe it's not all 100% accurate. This is all speculative and really interesting, but I like that particular video for an introduction to the concept that has the visual component really aesthetically pleasing and informative. So I'm gonna look that up and put it in chat, and I'll put it in the Telegram because I've been dropping links in chat, but not in Telegram. And to be honest, Telegram's a better record of our information.
I mean, it's not even, I don't care if it's true or not. It feels good. I feel good when
It doesn't have to be literally true to be esoterically accurate.
Yeah, it feels
It's an
right.
internal, like truth is internal. Like you're saying, it feels right.
Yep. I mean, public school, I think it was around like 6th, 7th grade. I was like, yeah, we're going to learn some science and stuff. I was really excited. And they put me in those classrooms and I got the opposite effect. I felt empty. I felt like nothing. It was horrible. You know, so, and to counter that, I mean, if it feels good, go with it. It just doesn't, no.
Well, your intuition is your greatest guide throughout all of life. Like it's your most accurate tool is your intuition. That's what's going to keep you safe.
Yeah.
It's a processional reciprocating hyperboloid. is what it's here.
Awesome. Say it again.
Thanks, SB, for the clutch. It's
Thank
a
you, SB.
processional reciprocating hyperboloid. I'm pretty sure.
Or donut.
Or donut.
Isn't it? Talk about the torus field, right? And the mathematical. It's a 369 kind of deal.
Wow. Processional reciprocating hyperboloid.
Nice. My laptop. So I can see.
Poetic and prosaic. That's how you know the ring of truth, if it's both of those at once.
Mm-hmm.
Proof I can
Man.
multitask and do a live stream right there. Put it together.
Yeah, we're keeping busy tonight. Our minds are just melding with all the technology available at our fingertips, putting this together live. Where are we in this conversation? And does anyone want to try and describe what the territory looks like right now? Because I think we are drifting further and further away from 52.
Well, we wouldn't be us if we had a map.
52.
If stuff was mapped out, it wouldn't work the same.
We got to knock the cards over and play 52 card pickup.
That's exactly right. And restructure it. Redo the rules. There are no rules. We write the rules.
That's right. We just shook the Hierophant and the whole deck just fell on the ground there.
That's right.
That was the first card that was ever drawn for me by my first tarot reading was a Hierophant.
Nice.
Interesting.
I asked her and she told me and I just bawled.
Wow.
It was really awkward, but it turned out to be a beautiful reading in the end.
I have no heady family members. I'm trailblazer up in here. They're all just regular normie vanilla white Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
Yeah, buddy. I'm with you, Chance.
You gotta,
Yeah.
It takes one to be a black sheep
Yeah.
and then indoctrinate the rest of us.
Yeah.
The key is to just, oh my God, cat attack. The key is to,
It's a catastrophe.
what Peregrine took. Yeah, the key is to be so radically healthy and crushing at life that then they're like, wait, so you think this, but you're doing so well. And instead of trying to convince them with anything informational, just convince them with your vibe.
Yeah, man. Yep. That's great. Great.
Prove it by your deeds. Show your love by your deeds.
Yeah, if you live in truth, there will be evidence of that in the way your life follows.
Mm-hmm.
You can't transmit something you ain't got. So go and get it.
I was talking to my dad yesterday about just surface level Jerry Marzinski stuff, just skimming the surface with him. And he did, and he's worked with in the psychology field before. He's worked with schizophrenics, but he does this funny thing where he's like, kind of does the masturbatory gesture, like, you know, that's mental masturbation. And I'm just sit there and I'm biting my tongue because he's a sports enthusiast. And I'm like, yeah,
Almost.
whatever. Yep.
Where is it? Darn it.
What are your thoughts on sports? Your family members that still watch sports? I don't.
Dude, they got players coming out and telling
understand.
you it's rigged now on
Like,
Twitter.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
did that a while ago.
like
You got
why?
my buddy Derek Gematrinator proving it's rigged, or even that kind of douchebaggy Zach Hubbard guy proving it's rigged for ages.
Yep.
By the numbers. It's all by the numbers.
Dude, I
It
remember
sure is.
my stepdad was a college coach, and he was like a minor league player in the 60s, a minor league baseball player in the 60s, and like played for like Cubs farm teams and stuff like this. But I remember as a kid, my stepdad going, "Oh yeah, they're going to call this to make it go into overtime or something," and they would. And he'd be calling the games as we're watching it, what the umpires and the refs would do during football games and baseball games, and they would do it. I'm like, oh, this is all rigged. He's like, yeah, it's for gambling. That's what professional sports are for, gambling.
Money laundering.
Exactly right.
Mhm. Money laundering.
Money laundering.
Yeah.
And you know what? You really brought some interesting things to my attention. Why the money laundering is so important. What money are they laundering? Are they still plundering? Are the pirates still going through our treasure chest of infinite wealth?
Yes, sir. Yes,
Don't.
they sure are.
As they totally break our will, our biofields treasure chest, our solar plexus, dimming our sun in the external, and it connects to so many things. It's not even yellow anymore. What's going on?
I watched Highlander 2. Like, I'm in my computer, I'm just putting on old movies. And I'm like, Jesus, it starts off, they blocked the sun out because of the holes in the ozone layers and all that stuff. This is like
The
1991.
Matrix, anyone?
It's, dude, we live in a dystopian fuck Hollywood movie. It's weird.
Or a Blade Runner, the reboot of Blade Runner, the sun had gone dark or something for a period of time, I think.
Dude, I can't live without the sun. Sorry. I ain't doing
Nope.
Can't.
Did we all get sun on our balls this week at any point?
it. No.
I got
Yeah,
one
it's
day. It
raining.
was today.
It's
One day.
been a bit chilly outside lately, and it's sort of that adjusting of the temperatures and the barometric pressure, and it's sort of like, do you wear a sweater? Do you wear layers? It's a little bit too hot, a little bit too cold, inside and outside, and you're just trying to find that equilibrium a bit. It's
I don't
that time of the
Does
year.
Wim Hof sun his balls up in the Antarctic?
Does he ice his
He does.
balls? Keeps them cool.
Has anybody ever done that?
Done what?
Like the polar bear plunge or anything like that?
No, but I'm getting that
Not
cold
official.
water in the shower as much as I can. It's tough.
It is hard. I fell in the ice one time when I was a kid, but
Yep.
that was scary because your lungs just go.
You know, I was
Did you do
thinking
that?
someone in chat just asked about, do chemtrails make the sun appear white? But as
All right, shit.
a digital artist, graphic designer interested in photo editing, you find out that there's a color grading spectrum that goes from blue to yellow. And as you add blue, you lose yellow. And blue traditionally is the pole of femininity. They inverted that by making little boys' clothes and toys blue and giving the girls pink. But in a more
Pastel
accurate
baby blue
representation
color.
of chakras, it would actually be the other way around. And so we see obviously the hyper feminization of society in an inverse and negative way, making everyone receptive and malleable and supportive of evil. Not that feminine is evil, but I hope you guys all get what I'm getting at here. Why is what communism is. And
Right.
so could there be an aspect of that dynamic that is aided, the agenda is more easily brought to fruition by finding a way to tint the solar rays to be more towards the blue light. I'm wearing blue light blockers. I wear blue light blockers even outside in the sunlight, and I noticed that it helps. It turns my sunlight yellow. So I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, it does.
Hmm.
The reason why the sun is white is because blue is added to it. I mean, on a physics level.
Yeah, I dig it, Chance. I totally dig that. You guys, has everybody heard that blue is the most recent color added to the color spectrum?
No.
And that ancient writing
Yeah.
had no account of the color blue. They didn't describe
They called the
water.
sea
Wait a
wine
second.
dark, the wine dark
Yeah.
sea in the Iliad and poems like that, where their language was highly descriptive and poetic. So if they had blue, they would say so.
But
And-
it wasn't. It was the color of the wine. Yeah.
Wait a second, because I watched that documentary about this was years ago, and no one caught it. Some people didn't, I guess, but it was about the terracotta warriors, and they were
yes.
they're doing the paint
Mm,
on their face, and they found that indigo blue that was Egyptian. What it was is they claimed that this made warriors invisible. You could see it in Braveheart, and this woman takes it for a spectral analysis, and she used a high-powered magnet, like the most powerful magnet in the world, to try and get a spectral thing, and it disappeared. It went into a different dimension.
It dropped into the second dimension out of the third. That is the most
Maybe-
profound thing I've ever heard of.
Me too. And
You
I was
know-
like, what?
I'm glad you brought that up.
Can
Snake,
we
'cause,
repeat that? I didn't grasp that.
Yeah,
sorry.
say it again.
So there's was it 2015, 16, the terracotta warriors. So that's the Z temple in China. And in front of it, they claim that, a farmer found them, whatever. So they're excavating all these, and it's a nice long documentary, but a small part of it is that they're like, oh, it's still got the paint on it and everything like that. It's not the true colors. They're trying to discover the actual true color and what it was made of. And they still don't know. I think they do, but anyhow, I've heard this tale before. There was a blue, like indigo type of paint. Warriors, like the Germanics, would just be naked and paint themselves in this blue and they'd be invisible.
Yep.
Well, the terracotta soldiers had this blue, and it made that connection was when the lady archaeologist, whatever, wanted to do a spectral analysis, and she went to one of the world's largest magnets to have it done something, and they're like, it just disappeared. It went to another dimension. We're able to prove that it went to another or something like that. You
Does
can go
this
back.
explain our triops appearing out of nowhere, out of the blue, they call it?
Out of the blue.
Damn.
That may be.
call.
I'm really glad you brought this up because I meant to bring up the terracotta warriors before when we watched the Golem, because there's a connection
Whoa.
with the terracotta warriors being because they're clay
Blue
people.
bloods,
They're
just
clay
saying blue
people.
bloods.
Yeah, blue
Yes.
bloods. There you go.
Yes, you're
That's
right,
good.
Gordy. They analyzed every ear of all the statues, and they're absolutely statistically impossible that they are artistic renditions. It is very likely that those are people turned to stone.
Shit.
So did we sell our soul to the devil to learn to play the blues?
At the crossroads.
Yeah,
It's blowing my mind right now. Actually, there's so
Yep.
many connections.
And check this out. And here we go with crossing the river Styx, Mercury, Hades, Underworld. Check this out. that temple, the Z temple where the terracotta warriors are, there is a river of mercury surrounding the entire the temple, a river of mercury. So some sort of high grade alchemical process was being implemented, and those fools, they got turned to stone, y'all.
You know, that's interesting too. Those temples in South America where they played the head ball. They played the ball with the heads, kind of like it's like a basketball thing with hoops on the sides of the amphitheater, and they would use an enemy's head or some sacrifice's head. I'm trying to think of the tribe that is, but at any rate, in those as well, there's in the center of that amphitheater, there's a well with a stone in the center, and that is like a little, almost like a what do you call those things at the front of the Catholic Church for the holy water? But it was mercury. It was a little pool of mercury in the center of the little
Do you know
temple.
how hard it is to catch mercury and to find mercury? I mean, it exists in rivers in tiny small amounts, but it's work to get it all together.
I've never even looked into where the heck it comes from. How do you get it?
You have to like kind of catch it. Like you can see it in rivers. It looks like a little bubble. It floats down the river. It gets caught up in the rivers and stuff like that. So you have to, it's a process. And to be able to get rivers of mercury or pools and pools of mercury, that's probably thousands of years worth of work.
I have a jar full of it, quart jar. Stole it.
What is going on? This is blowing my mind.
Like
what are we into right now?
And so here's another just an interesting add-on. When the serpent was condemned after the Eve ate the apple, he was cursed with his head will bruise her heel. And that's astrological, very likely, but also when people use mercury to heal, the processing bruises the head. It causes psychosis.
Not unlike prions and encephalitis of the brain.
Apparently mercury is really helpful.
Trickster for sure.
It was effective when they did it right, from what I've heard.
I've been having signs and synchronicities and inner communications from what feels like the being you would call Hermes or Mercury.
Yeah,
and like messaging happen internally, like not intrusive thoughts, but like almost downloads or channels. And then I ask myself, like, is that who I'm talking to? And an example was this happened and I was driving and I was getting this message or download, and I ask if that's who I'm talking to. And I see a sign on the side of the road, like a sign you would have up for an election, some candidate, where it's just hammered into the ground, but it's a temporary sign. And it simply said Orion. There was no other language on the sign, and then the infinity symbol under it. And I went, wait, so that's this is real? And the very next thing I saw, and I was out of town, so I wasn't in my normal area. The very next thing I saw was I passed a street that was 2222 something. And I went, Lord 8, okay. And so I don't know what's going on, but it feels like this is a continuation of that, like learning more of the secrets of Hermes and the Hermetics.
Hear me.
Incredible.
You can say that 3 times.
Incredible. So Chance, on Wednesday, we had an Innerverse vibe rant happening at the same time. Corinne Wilson, core occult priestess, was recording a live show with the Obelisk and the Naish. Have anyone had the opportunity to check that episode out yet? I've been listening to it.
No, but Corinne does say that she talks to Hermes.
That's why I mention it, yes. And in chat, we got some talk from Krista and Ron of the Sea and others saying, you know, we need to balance our show with female voices. Some women who want to jump into the Zoom room,
You're
Yeah,
welcome.
always
Rachel.
welcome. And
Yeah,
the
go ahead,
invitation is
Rachel.
extended. Anybody who has a microphone and a webcam and wants to test that out at any time during the week before a live stream, let us know. Contact us through Telegram or in chat or whatever. Reach
Or
out.
legs.
Absolutely.
We'll get you on the air.
So in the chat, there's also the question of if it's a cure-all, if the poison label is a deterrent from leading us to something that would help us. And the same could be questioned about the so-called radioactive materials, radium in particular. There are stories of the inventor of nuclear power plants taking swims in the coolant ponds of water. And I really think that the whole idea of nukes and nuclear is quite twisted and confused, on purpose obscured. What we're receiving now in the post-nuclear age is a nuclear vision.
Yep.
I had a
Nuclear.
relative that up here, I live near the Tri-Cities, and they have this nuclear plant called Hanford. And he was my grandmother's brother. He worked over there at Hanford for his whole life, and I didn't know a lot about him. But at his funeral, he died just last year. A guy that worked with him came and spoke, and this guy was probably 25 years younger than him, and he said that he didn't witness it, but at his first day, they told him that my relative was sort of a hero at the Hanford plant because a workman had gone into like you can go into the toxic area and work, but you can only do it for a certain amount of time. And he went in there, the worker did, and had like a medical situation and collapsed. And my great uncle ran in and hauled him out, but he didn't have any protective gear or anything on. And he was kind of a hero about it, but he got, they didn't think he was going to live very long because of this exposure that he had. And he lived into his 90s.
Wasn't it you, Gabe, that was telling us about the sorcery of convincing someone that something's going to kill them and then it does?
Yeah, the nocebo effect.
That's right. Yeah, that might be worth recanting because it could very well apply to this idea of radiation.
Yeah.
There was a kid who was not very well liked by his schoolmates, and so the schoolmates conspired to put a bag over his head and drag him out in the schoolyard, and they told him they were going to execute him. And they put his head down on a bench or like a chopping block, and they threw a cold rag on the back of his neck, and it was so convincing that he dropped dead on the spot. And that is the nocebo. Yep. And now that makes me think very much about Donald Trump's speech about suicides and how he said the word suicide like 15, 16 times in a couple minutes.
Neuro-linguistic programming.
Big time.
Bright winner.
Yeah. Especially if there's a nice dose of toxoplasmosis going through the population, power of suggestion.
Has anyone heard Dr. Jennifer Daniels bring up toxoplasmosis or anything by chance? Something I wonder. I'd like to ask her. Turpentine therapy.
Jim, your thing
Yeah.
reminded me of, I just watched, my wife and I just found this documentary. I'll see if I can find it again, but about the first accident of a superconductor happened our superconductor, what CERN is, like one of the first.
A Hadron Collider.
Hadron Collider, thank you. One of the first Hadron Colliders in Russia. I can't remember the dude's name, but he walked into an area where the Hadron Collider had just split something, and they were supposed to have the door locked, and he accidentally walked in and thought everything was fine. They didn't find out till later that he had a particle like shoot through his cheek and then out the back of his head. Didn't seem to affect him until later on, when they could trace the damage that went through his face, and then like his hair started falling out in the back, and his whole half of his face was falling apart from radiation.
Wow.
But we have photons, that go through us all the time. This thing like was the very first, and then it wasn't until they didn't even know how to treat this guy, because it was, it's brand new. They didn't know what they were doing still. I think it was the 60s or 70s. It was really early on. And it can't be that early. Could it be that early? I don't know. I'll see if I can find it again.
Makes me think of two things. The Jim and I talking about the orbs coming out of the ground, phasing through matter on Wednesday. Sorry, another cat attack. And then you guys heard of the story of Phineas Gage?
Oh yeah. It's very, that's very similar. It because it looked like a spike that shot through his head. When you see the X-rays, you can see like where the thing like went through his brain and everything. Just like the Phineas Gage, with the stake that went through his brain.
Kind of like encephalitis, which is holes in the brain.
Mm-hmm.
Spike proteins, spikes.
Well, that's what the
railroad
spongiform is. That's why they call it spongiform, because your brain becomes porous.
It's not a hadron collider. It's a particle accelerator, and they're everywhere. I demoed a particle accelerator that was built in the early 70s, back in 2017 or whatever. And they had a nuclear guy there's an actual association or something, and anything that has to do with nuclear, no matter what, they monitor it. Costs a shit ton of money. But we got a card, and then if it changed color, they were monitoring us every day. A couple months later, after the job, they gave me a report on my time there and my accumulation of radiation during the time.
Wow, really?
What I'm saying is they're everywhere. This one, I think it was fluoride. They rammed fluoride together to make some kind of dye that they would inject into people when they gave them the test for cancer. It would bond with the cancer tumors, and then they can x-ray it and see it. But the big realization for me was how these things are everywhere. It was just in a regular old industrial park. You never would even know it was there.
Yeah.
Anatoly Petrovich Rogoski.
Any place where there's a round construction of a building, that there's underground super colliders. There's a lot of like underneath of the Apple building, the Apple complex. I think there's a super collider because they built it in like a donut shape.
Yeah.
A lot of top secret places, a lot of government places have round.
They're all over. It seems like everyone needs one too. It's like, what do you need them for if you're just testing things? Well, they're manufacturing all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Michelle Gibson kind of brushes up on this kind of stuff. Her research comes right up against this. And what it made me think about, I got in a little a conversation with her in her comments once about
hey, I got a jet, guys.
Hey, thanks for coming, buddy.
I'll watch the rest of
Good to
this.
see you.
Also, Michelle's coming back next month to Innerverse. It's going to be cool. Let me know if there's stuff to talk about with her that she'll prepare.
You should ask her on here. If you
should. She's really cool. She responds really fast. I'll catch you guys later, though.
We will.
You rule. This was a fun one. Can't wait to see where you go in the next 10 hours.
Love you, champ.
Love you, brother.
Yeah.
Are we close to an intermission time? I don't even know where we're at.
What time is it? It's 9:38.
So I just sent to the
2
Telegram
hours.
group. Sorry. Telegram group. Anatoly Bogrovsky was the name of that particle accelerator accident.
Oh,
And what-
nice.
And it was in 1978.
Okay, so this is amazing. So he's got an aptonym, an apt name, just like Phineas Gage. So Phineas Gage had a certain gauge hole go through his head. And what was his name again, Gordy?
Anatoly Bogrovsky.
Is it Grosky or Gos?
It is
Grosky?
Anatoly Bogrovsky.
Yeah. So, and then he had his Gorosky. Yeah. That's crazy. So he had then his face began to rot and it got gross.
Mm. Like,
That's
yeah.
That's crazy. Aptonyms blow my mind sometimes. They're everywhere. Like Chance. Chance has a great
Right.
aptonym,
Mhm.
you know?
Wait, aptonym? What's define that real quick?
It means a name that is strangely appropriate for your life story or your success in life or like the thing you do. Like I know a couple people who their family, they are millers and smiths, and they all work in the metal industry.
See, they
create.
You get the idea that they get that name because of their trade, but maybe it's the other way around. You get the name and then you get the trade.
Yeah. It's really far out stuff. So I linked something in the Telegram a few weeks ago. It was quite a while back, but there's a study about people's names, and it goes way into aptonyms. But one thing they found out is that people with their names in the tail end of the alphabet, they tend to not get preferential treatment from the teachers, from the doctors, from insurance companies. They oftentimes, if your name is late in the alphabet, people presume that you're not going to be successful. And so certain biases come into play. And in the exact opposite is true. If your name has is used early letters of the alphabet, then you will be successful and people will give you preferential treatment and make the opposite assumption.
Were you defining that word where the definition might be discrimination based off of the location of your first or last name in relation to the alphabet compared to, like, say, alpha or omega?
You got it. Yeah. Yep.
And what was the word?
Well, aptonym is one way to describe it. It's like an apt
Right.
name. Yeah.
Yeah, there was a last name of a student who I went to school with, and the last name began with 2 A's. It was AAS, not ASS. It was AAS. So always that last name at the top of every list because it's a double A name, pronounced like Austin.
Mine's AB.
Oh yeah.
It's like triple A in the phone book in the yellow pages.
Mm-hmm.
Are there any like triple Z companies? We want to be the very last listing in the phone book.
Well, there's triple X
ZZZ.
movies.
Well, ZZZ is sleep,
Sleeping.
right? ZZZ is sleeping.
XXX for porn.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Triple dub for the internet. Trying to think of triple A for cars. What other?
Oh. Try to stay away from those 3-letter acronyms as much as possible.
Always a good.
We were just
I'll see if I
speaking
can-
about occult priestess earlier, and now I see her in chat.
Oh, is she in there?
Yeah, so we were discussing how on Wednesday, occult priestess was recording live with the obelisk and Niche. At the same time, Jim was recording with Chance on Vibrant on Wednesday night.
Oh, what'd you say? Vibrant?
Innerverse, Vibrant, live on Wednesday nights. As
yeah.
Chance was recording with our very own Jim Maiden, so was Occult Priestess recording with the Obelisk and Naish on their live stream.
She's the first person I thought of. She's God-loving, not God-fearing. And I was like, whoa, wow, you could do that?
Yeah, that's incredible to think that someone who studies these mysteries can be God-loving and family-friendly, a very inviting atmosphere for everyone, and it doesn't have to be like a church potluck, right? So it can be people studying the occult mysteries, working maybe at occult bookstores, and fostering an atmosphere of inclusivity and welcomeness, and a certain level of professionalism and respect for everyone. And it doesn't have to be like a church potluck.
Yep, that was a big one. Thank you, Corey, for that and other things.
Yeah, that's great. Occult Priestess says she'll be on Vibrant in a couple of weeks. We'd like to have you back on a Saturday night live WSW stream with us too.
Definitely come back on anytime.
Absolutely.
That was my first Innerverse. Her and him, Chance and Corey on Murder Mountain.
That's
like,
beautiful.
whoa. I still have no idea how I got it on my phone. I downloaded it somehow. I have no idea.
The fates.
Wait, yeah, I do. It's called Synchronicity, and yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah. Is she in chat? Where's she at? Let's see.
Yeah, she's in there. Same.
Uh,
Yeah.
That's why we run our streams long, so we can allow people to jump into chat anytime on a Saturday night.
So there's two people right now in chat that have initiated dreams for me. One of them is Gabe, and the other is Corey. So when we did our episode with Corey, Stay Up All Night, we were talking about your anima and animus, and I was doing the work. Very fascinating. She just unlocked that for me, and I was able to have that dream of who my animus was. It's beautiful. It was my wife. I rolled over and there she was. It was amazing. And then Gabe, with your Philemon video about Carl Jung and Spider-Man, triggered my, how do you describe it? I'm still trying to work that out. But I was convinced I was in purgatory. Like for me, the last summer has been like, today's hell, tomorrow is pure heaven. Today's hell, tomorrow is pure heaven. It's kind of, I don't know, some other people might be having some experience. Anyway, that morning I woke up to your video, Gabe, and I had to take a nap. Sleep came over me and I laid down and I had a dream. I was in purgatory. It was amazing. And I woke up. It was simply more than a dream. So, I mean, these leaps and bounds just in my own personal work is so deeply connected to you guys in that way. And then I guess I was talking to Lindsay about, she had a dream about me today and Ben.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
I just wanted to
So-
share that.
Awesome. I want to introduce you guys to this guy. This is Eric Badby. This is my homie in Tucson. Boy. He's one
Where's
of
he
the
at?
brothers.
Is he jumping in? He is. Right on.
Can we hear you? Hey, bud. Can't hear you.
Sweet.
No audio.
No idea about. But this is my Earth brother that goes out to the desert and
Where's he at? Jumping in?
communes with the desert animals.
Hey guys.
Hey, buddy.
Dude.
Yeah.
What's up, man?
So, how you guys doing? Nice to meet you, Gabe, Alan. I know Snake already. No audio. And Jim.
Eric, nice to meet you.
But this Earth brother that goes out to the desert and
Can you guys not hear me?
Oh, you're gonna have to turn down your
Turn on the YouTube.
Hey guys. Hey buddy.
Dude. What's up, man? So, how you guys doing? Nice to meet you, Gabe, Alan. I know Snake already. No audio. And
We'll
Jim.
figure it out here. We're doing this live. It's good to hear what we've already said again, just to let that really sink in deeper upon
I
reflection.
love listening to you guys talk.
Oh, I love
There's a
it.
good 1 minute lag.
Turn on the YouTube. Hey buddy.
Do you ever listen to 2 episodes of WSW at the same time?
Only when I'm trying to sleep.
I can barely listen to one. I can't do another 6 hours again.
It's good to hear.
If I have to run off to the bathroom, then I'll take my headphones off and I'll listen on my phone, but it's got the delay. So then when I get back, I put my headphones on with one ear and I listen on my phone until it catches up in my head with the live stream. So yeah, I do that every time I leave for a second.
I can't do another
Hey,
6 hours.
Eric, is that you? Okay, he just, yep, that was him. Okay, well,
It might be a good time to take
Jump back in,
a
bud.
3-minute intermission. We'll play the theme song.
oh yeah,
and
let's do that.
We can split this episode into 2 parts, and maybe have a 3rd part later. I don't know. But yeah, intermission is a good time for us right now to end part 1 of 52.
Let's
Jim,
do.
you
We'll
got
be
the
right
music
back.
ready? There it is.
Well, Mr. Crackspider.
What's this?
Intermission.
First web, Crackspider. First web, Mr. Crackspider. First web, Mr. Crackspider.
I love it.
First web, Mr. Crackspider.
When you get the hat?
Hey, Eric,
That's the one your dad got you?
we're doing a little break right now.
Sorry about that. I apologize to the collective there.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah, no worries, dude.
This is better, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So, Gordy sent me the link tonight, and he's like, "Come on!" And I was like, "Well," I thought to myself, "I don't really have anything to offer these guys, right?" So I was walking by my tarot deck. I pulled a card, and it was like kind of like a no, like, hey, but it didn't really make sense. So I got you guys on the big screen out there, and I'm watching the show go, and sure as shit, reversed Hierophant. I was like,
What?
You can't make this shit up, dude.
Oh yeah, why am I even surprised? That's awesome.
Sinks abound.
Awesome.
It's beautiful, ain't it?
Nice hat, Eric.
Oh, thank you. I like yours. I was like, yeah. The first time I saw you, that's my boy Slick right there. I like that. So you guys are working magic, man. It's amazing. I see it so often, and it's all so new to me. It's like exciting, and
You know what the secret to magic is? Just being authentic.
Dude, there's
That's it.
something there. There's something there for, because like the majority of my life, I didn't see any of this, not at all, not one bit. And now it's everywhere. It's every day. It's outside. It's the earth. It's people. It's amazing.
Sometimes you get like, okay, slow it down a bit. This is intense. And then you're like,
Yeah,
where'd you
yeah.
go?
Well,
And it's like, oh,
it's a real growing process because at first you don't have any fucking frame of reference. You don't like. I'm seeing all these messages everywhere, but I don't know what to do with it.
yeah.
That's kind of what I'm working on now.
Oh no, you're bringing back memories, man. And that's what's like. You never like if someone has a story to tell you, and you're fortunate enough to not like, and it sounds crazy as hell. Never discount it. Listen, you might be helping. You're helping someone like get that reference point because I realized that my whole life I've been having spiritual experiences and all that stuff, but just due to the fact that I didn't want to think, God, they labeled me ADD, bipolar, and all this stuff. You don't want to say anything to anybody like that and get labeled. So you just you train yourself to cast out your own spiritual experiences and all these amazing things, and then I think we all go through that process. It's like, no more of that. I'm not doing that no more.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it's good to actually hear other people's stories, listening to Gordon talk about the owls. It's like, yes, just reminds you of your own. And that's just how it goes. That's how we do this.
So we got David Barski joining the
Barski.
Is
that a Jewish name? No.
Eric, where do you live?
Dude, I'm like, I don't know, Gordon, like 25 minutes north of you. Is that right? In Tucson? I'm in Tucson. Gordon's in Vail.
Yeah.
Right?
No, we're about 20 minutes I'm about 20 minutes from the freeway.
Okay.
So I'm a little
sorry.
further south. So you're probably like another 20 minutes north of that, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah.
45 minutes or so.
Yeah.
It's kind of a long stretch. One straight road, though.
Yeah, one straight road. So
It's amazing you guys get to see the desert come alive like that in this time and everything. It's so cool.
So I've lived in this house for 9 years or about that.
Mhm.
And the wash is just lush and green and thick. And there's bugs and there's butterflies and there's and here's a first is I've got volunteer squash. I've got a volunteer corn in the front yard. Like there wasn't ever volunteers before, unless you're talking about cactus. Plants are just starting to sprout up all crazy. It's amazing. I've never seen it.
What's a volunteer? What's a volunteer corn? What do you mean?
Oh, it's like a plant that you didn't like get the soil, you planted the ground and started watering. It just fucking started growing out of nowhere, like a bird seed from overhead dropped or something.
I started harvesting mullein. It was one of the first plants like 3 years ago. And out here where I'm live now is where I was harvesting it from. And I brought it all the way back to my home back up in St. Louis. And the next spring it was growing everywhere where it wasn't before. And I'm like, wait a minute. Like it was growing out of cracks of like blocks I had and stuff like that. And I'm like, did this just manifest here? I didn't plant seeds or nothing. So it's volunteer mullein.
I just harvested some squash today that were volunteers. I got 3 yellow squash and 1 green one. I was pretty stoked.
Where they at? Like it's just in your backyard?
In my garden area, but I didn't plant this year. It was just all volunteers, whatever came up. So pretty happy.
Awesome. That's Google culture, basically, isn't it?
It's the way it should be. Leave some seeds, from the year before, and it comes back. I had a couple that rotted, and I threw them out there. my
Got
last year's
1,500 acres of national forest that I can just cast seeds about.
It's a great idea.
With glow-in-the-dark mushrooms.
Yeah.
I was told that they might be a different type of mushroom. It's a poisonous pumpkin, but I don't know yet. It doesn't matter. It's just the fact that I'm like, these grow here, and there are bioluminescent mushrooms. Like, I got to get a black light that works and go back there, and then you'll know.
Oh, cool.
It's really cool. That's another thing. The fungus this year, in the last couple of years, it's just insane. They're everywhere. I'd love to find me some more lions, man.
I've never had mushrooms in my yard, but I had them this year.
You did?
Yeah. How about you, Eric? Did you see mushrooms in the wash?
Yeah, I sure did. And you know, I wish I kind of like did my research and tried to find out what it was. And it was, what I found was that I can't remember the name, but it was like edible, and it was supposed to taste like a buttery maple type of flavor, and they were these white mushrooms. But that scares the crap out of me. I'm not going to dice that sucker up and go to town, you know.
Especially if they haven't been around. God only knows. Like, I was watching a guy, this is called Crime Doesn't Pay, but Botany Does. It's a great YouTube channel.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, that guy is great. He does a lot of stuff on Wyoming botany and stuff. It's really fascinating. Montana,
New York, all over it.
Yeah.
He's all tattooed up and everything, and
Mhm.
he's cussing.
Looks like he's done some time.
Yeah, and he's brilliant. And he was at his last video he did. He was at this guy's place, and he's just got this $20,000 microscope, and he just loves mushrooms. And he was saying he found one mushroom, the guy knew what it was, and he goes, "Well, this is how you test it, for psilocybin." And he's like, "Yeah, it doesn't have psilocybin." He goes, "This one does." So, and they've never found mushrooms.
Oh, wow.
This, yeah. So it's like, what's going on there? I got a Paul Stamets book. It's all about psychedelic mushrooms, but half the mushrooms in it, they don't know if they're psychedelic or not. So you're just like, someone please find out.
There's a lot of fakers in the mushroom world. There's a lot of mushrooms that look just like edible mushrooms, but are toxic, poisonous.
Turkey tail.
That's that shroom guy.
What's up, Mr. Barski? What's up, buddy?
Trying to find my background here, but I don't want to get us in trouble. So
Is it a naked lady background?
A little bit better than that. Some what's his name? Reno D. How do you say his name? The Italian filmmaker. Is it Reno D. Silvestro?
Never heard of him.
Oh, he makes amazing Nazi exploitation films.
What?
I'm deadly serious.
Now you got to put it up.
Yeah.
Right, here we go. Come on, there we go.
The greatest story never told, huh? That's a good one.
All right, here we go. All right.
Like, I love Hitler. He's great. Like, wait, no, I don't.
Nice.
I don't think that'll get you in trouble.
It gets better though.
Goes with your glasses too.
Thanks, bud. I'm drinking some eggnog. It's delicious. Yeah, we have eggnog here at this time of year. Because in Wisconsin.
Hey, do you guys put corn in your mac and cheese? Who puts corn in their mac and cheese? Is that you guys? Yeah.
That's foul, dude.
It sounds like some Midwest bullshit that they try to pull on us.
Now, I would do that at Thanksgiving, though. No, wait. Yeah, I did that at Thanksgiving. I think in Alabama they did that.
Oh, is that a Southern thing?
I feel like it is. Yeah, I feel like that's
maybe.
I feel like I did do that in Alabama too. Yeah, pretty sure. Back when I was married. So how are we doing tonight, fellas?
Hey, Barski, this is Eric Badby from the Telegram there. This is my homie in Tucson.
I'm
Hey, nice to meet you.
What's up, dude? I can't. This is new, so I can't see. I can only see Gordon.
Take your sunglasses off.
Yeah, right. There you go. Now I can see. Awesome. That's good. Zing. I'm way too close. Hold on. Let me turn this.
So
I got it.
So check it out real quick. Just check it out. So this came out yesterday. I have yet to get into it. Can you see? Hold on.
Can't see.
Shit. Damn it. Hold on. Hold on.
We're just gonna wait for.
I know, right? Hold on.
I already did this. I already played this game, Barski. We already did this earlier.
So it's called Special Section Women. For those of you that can't see, are
it's because it's red. It's because it's red. The cover of the book is red.
It's like a novella.
Barski came on stream and we all closed our eyes, blindfolded ourselves, covered our ears.
There's ASMR.
Content warning. Yes, I'm here.
Oh, I'm God. Listening. Damn it. I'm going to throw up. How's it going, Alan?
So
you disappear when I say how's it going. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I've got all this food in front of me and I'm like, I need to eat this, but there's a plate of knowledge in front of me that I need to consume first.
Okay. I don't get it, but okay. Hold on. Let me see the plate.
So while you're figuring that out, no.
Blurry.
All right.
It's been said many times we're not a muckbox. We don't chew our food into the microphone. I mean, Snake Jones can do that. He's in a kitchen.
Mukbang.
Yes. Mm-hmm. That's the word. That's what I'm not sharing with you right now.
I lived out of a backpack for 2 years and ate canned tuna. Right out of it.
That's why I love you. That's why you're family. Okay, let's see if this works.
So you're in San Francisco now?
Nope. Okay, yeah, right.
Moves?
All right, hold up.
Posted a picture of your girlfriend in the chat.
Oh, Skinwalker at the what?
It's the newest Skinwalker.
At the Pentagon. Oh, did you score that from? From Heather?
No. This just came out. It's James T. Lakatsky, Colm Kelleher, and George Knapp, and it's an insider's account of the secret government UFO program. It's the OSAP stuff. Yeah, it just came out on the 10th. And it's literally, and it tells everything about the hitchhiking, how they like all the people that went in after NIDS finished their, program with Bigelow. Bigelow got a $24 million contract to do another 2-year study. And everybody that went onto that property ended up getting hitchhikers taken home, like from the place. So all these and I'm talking crazy stuff.
Like entities?
Yes. Like hitchhikers. Like tons of them.
Well, hitchhiker you pick up voluntarily, I would say.
But that's what they call them, like hitchhikers or whatever. Yeah, it's the synopsis on the back is let's see. It says the long-awaited follow-up to Hunt for the Skinwalkers. Skinwalkers at the Pentagon unmasked the massive scope of the Pentagon's landmark UFO study that ran from the Defense Intelligence Agency in Washington, D.C., and was executed by Bigelow Aerospace Advanced Space Studies in Las Vegas. The Advanced Aerospace Weapon System Application Program, or OSAP, as it was known, investigated the Tic Tac and other nuts and bolts UFO events, analyzed intrusions of UFOs onto military bases, as well as probed the plethora of bizarre phenomena that government investigators encountered on Skinwalker Ranch. This often led to the attachment of strange phenomena to military personnel who visited the ranch and brought, quote, something home to their families, resulting in frightening eruptions of paranormal events in their households that terrorized and sometimes injured their children. Dude. Then it goes that by the end of the 2-year program, more than 100 separate technical reports, some of which ran to hundreds of pages, were delivered to the DIA. Among them was a 149-page report on the Soviet and now Russian UAP investigation analysis capability. Another details the design and build of a functional prototype for an autonomous unidentified aerial phenomena surveillance platform. Written by 2 program insiders and a respected journalist, Skinwalkers at the Pentagon comes to a conclusion that has never been before revealed. So I'm really geeked to get down to business on it.
Super
Crazy.
cool.
I mean, it's
I didn't know
basically
that was happening.
Yeah, I didn't either. I had no idea, and then all of a sudden, like I discovered it the day it came out, and I was like, "What? I've got to check this out." So I'm checking it out. I need to get going and read it. So I just haven't had time yet, but yeah, it looks really interesting. It's fascinating. I heard what show was it on? I feel like it was on a podcast that we all know.
Sam Tripoli.
That's it. I think it was on Tinfoil Hat. Yeah.
Yep, I saw that one, and that guy got the literal hitchhiker treatment.
Yeah.
Where there was a Native American fellow on the side of the road. He thought he was doing a good deed. The guy gets in the car, and the guy is covered in the smell.
Right.
And as soon as he got a whiff of this guy who was totally in Native American regalia, very eccentric looking, but the smell hit the driver, and he knew, his instincts kicked in. He's like, "This is not good."
Right.
And so he tried to interact with the guy, and essentially the communication was not going very well, and he had some cognitive distortions. And the next thing he knows, he wakes up and he's miles and miles up the road.
That's right, and remembers nothing.
At a pull-off, and he's still buckled in the car, and he's hanging out of his car, passed out, with the door open, as though he was trying to escape, but forgot to get the seatbelt off.
Dude,
and he wakes up in that state, and then he calls the cops to tell them, "I don't know how I got here. I don't know what just happened." And the cop says, "You got skinwalkered, bro."
Basically, yeah. But what I was gonna tell you is that was one of,
bro.
Right?
Don't skinwalker me, bro.
Right. that was one of them. But it was actually the Mysterious Universe episode, the plus episode from this past Tuesday, which would have been the day it came out. That's where I heard it, where they go deep into the stories, because that's like the only show that I actually have a membership to at this point. You know what I mean? It's like the one show that I keep is Mysterious Universe, because I like it because they don't bring politics into anything. You know what I mean? Like they're like us. You know what I mean? Like fuck communism kind of thing. You know, basically, like Ben Grundy's awesome. But yeah, like they totally went over this whole book, and not the whole thing. There weren't too many spoilers. You know what I'm saying? But it was like, I was like, "Oh my God, this is out." And that's how I heard about it. And then I immediately got on it. It was like, Amazon, fuck yeah. So it just came yesterday. So I'm super stoked, man. But I can only imagine, because some of the stories that they were relaying on Mysterious Universe were just bone chilling, like way more like more Wolfman stories too, but Wolfman to where it was like 8 foot tall wolves, more portal stories too. I don't know if all of y'all have read like Hunt for the Skinwalker, where that portal opens up and that weird creature crawls out. Yeah, stuff like that, but even creepier. So I was like, whoa, because I'll never forget the first time I read Hunt for the Skinwalker. I remember just like reading that chapter multiple times and just like scaring the shit out of myself. You know what I mean? Like that is such a frightening book.
Yeah. Some of those accounts are amazing in the way that out there, it's like you get multiple experiences interweaving and layering over one another.
Right.
Like they said that
one person has a different experience. You know what I mean? Too, like they each, yeah.
Yep. But it happens at the same time. So something's happening.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I don't know what y'all made of the show. I thought it was pretty weak. I thought season 2 was pretty weak. I know they were holding back a ton of things because a couple people that like Eric, Erica Luke's told me that they withheld a lot of things from season 2 on the History Channel. But they had to, obviously, because they're making a freaking TV show. You know what I mean? They're going to withhold a lot of goods.
What you're talking about, the show you're talking about, the Skinwalker show?
Yeah. Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch.
Eric's got frogs. Did you just grab that from your yard?
It'll get you fucked up.
Whoa.
Yeah. Right
That's
here.
awesome. Nice.
Okay, here's your big debut, dude. You're gonna lick a toad and we're just gonna watch you do it. This is what we're doing for the next 10 hours, is watching Eric trip balls on his porch.
Is it really? Wait a minute, you guys. Is it really what I think it is?
Colorado river toad.
What is that?
It's it'll flow you.
Is it a hallucinogenic?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
No way.
Yeah.
That's your natural DMT 50 something or another.
Yeah.
What's his name? Has a farm there. The guy that wrote the God particle about DMT.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. So
I can't think of his name.
They scrape the muck off of the back, and then they make like a paste with it, and then they dry it out, and then somehow
so there is a process. There's a process. You can't just lick it and be like,
well, they do. Yeah, they do.
Oh, you can. Okay.
Yeah, I've heard
you want to concentrate it, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, right. That makes sense.
Oxycarbonating your THC by heating it up.
For sure. Probably. So have you guys done that before? Either of you tried it yet or no?
New.
Yeah, I'm not into
regular shrooms.
I'm not into. Oh, I know, but I know you. I know you. I'm just saying, Aaron or Eric.
DMT milking.
I've never tried DMT.
Yeah, the DMT frog milk is not pure 5-MeO DMT. Other compounds are in the goo. Okay. Alexander and Ann Shulgin say the toad milk can be around 15% DMT, so it makes up the rest of the venom. All right,
okay.
And this first thing that came up.
Interesting.
Eric, I'm sure you've known people that have done it, right?
So I had a kung fu teacher who told me at a party one night that you could kind of aggravate the toad's back and then rub your cigarette on it, and that would have an effect. Now he didn't
see.
That's probably have just the right amount of effect too, for a lighter effect for somebody that would be like a newbie, I would imagine, right?
Could be.
Maybe. Could be. Yeah, it sounds like it would be. Maybe. Who knows?
So you're talking about what was the frog again? The buffo alvarius?
Colorado river toad. Yeah.
That's the what the Latin name for it.
Symbolic death. Your pineal releases DMT when you die.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That's what you're doing.
Exactly.
But it's a synthetic. It's not synthetic, but
I don't know that I'm into it. I don't know that I'm into it. I never really had the urge to do DMT. I don't think I want. I do ayahuasca if it was the right set and setting, or, you know what I mean, type situation. But other than that, like I feel like just synthetic anything.
I've seen
like
it
even
done with a real shaman, but
yeah,
it didn't help the person at all.
No,
and the person became even more obsessed. They just wanted to. And then the other person I saw do it for the first time. You ever seen someone call? It was a mind person. He was of the Jewish
like a minor.
Mind.
Oh, okay.
And I was trying to explain to him how I existed in heart. He was like, he was so trapped in his mind that he was trying to use DMT to have a spiritual experience because he was so frustrated.
Oh God! So he was trying so hard, type person, like to try and.
I was just like, it's your heart, and he could not grasp it. And I was like,
couldn't like ground himself.
Whoa. Huh?
Couldn't like ground himself almost properly.
Well, I wasn't at that point then, but this was back in 2019 up in New York. And anyway, this individual, I just was like, what? Colorado river toad. Yeah. I don't know. You were talking about doing DMT. I'm not for me.
I'm not into it. I don't really.
I support
you
it.
guys, you
Yeah,
guys
right.
want me to convince you that Dante's Divine Comedy
Oh,
derives from DMT?
That would make
Yes,
sense.
you ready for
please.
bed?
So DMT
Are you ready?
DMT equals Dante, and Dante has three chapters, three main chapters. The first chapter is Inferno, where he goes down into hell. The second chapter is Purgatorio, where he starts to go into the in-between world on his ascension into the third chapter, which is Paradiso. And those three chapters are the ingredients, the recipe for all DMT experiences. First, you inferno, you burn it, or you cook it. The brewhawk cooks the brew and you consume it. It goes into your fire. And then you purgatorio, you purge the gates.
Yep.
You either,
Dude, that's crazy.
you either blow out the smoke or you throw up and shit yourself, depending on which
Exactly.
form of DMT. And then the third and final chapter is Paradiso. You go all the way to heaven, y'all.
So that's
And
straight up alchemical breakdown.
yes, and when you read Dante's comedy, you will see that there are machine elves and beings toiling, struggling in the background. And so what that is a 1300, I think it's 1312, 1317, that somebody was journaling, keeping a grimoire of their DMT experiences. And that's what Dante was documenting.
That's wild. And what was that like? What that's 16th century, correct? I feel like 1500s or 1600s. I think, right?
No, I think he's all the way back in the 1300s. I can look it up real quick, but
Okay.
what's amazing about this is, so that writing is the creation of purgatory. This is where the idea of an in-between world comes
Bardo.
1472.
Or beside the Bardo, because the Tibetan book or the Book of the Dead was.
Yeah. Yep.
Gabe,
And so,
wow.
yeah, man. So this is where the Catholic Church invented, and here comes your dream, Snake.
Yep,
Here comes
yep.
your dream that I gave you. The Catholic Church invented the waiting room. The in-between world where everybody is waiting. And if you don't pay the church, then they're
Bastards.
not gonna cleanse your loved ones of their sins from the
Ugh.
living life.
Man, it
Dumb.
was so real. It was so fucking real. You could not. I woke up and I was like, I woke up. Oh, I was
But
pissed.
that's right. But that's the crazy thing is this proves, I mean, DMT proves that Dante's comedy is not just a book, it is a real thing.
And
And
that's
now,
go ahead. Sorry.
and now we all have to process the fact that purgatory is real, but
It's real.
DMT is the access to it.
Oh, kitty.
And that
I'll
would
tell
make
you what,
sense upon death.
I've been in the
So-
Vatican Second Library. It's in St. Louis under SLU Library,
right.
which is the Pope Pius
That's right.
XII Library.
Dude, yes.
And the first book in that vault that you walk in and their massive
Dante.
underground is Dante's Inferno.
And from what I understand, that's where the Catholic Church, that's where hell, the description from hell comes from. Like they cherry picked a lot of that from what I understand. I don't know where I heard that or read that. I could be wrong, but I feel like I'm not.
Dude, everyone that I'm in that dream it wasn't a dream, but I was in purgatory because
Right.
I was like, God, I'm not alive. I thought I died. I did die in 2012, but that was crazy. I feel like I died in 2012.
We both
and this
died in
guy started
2012.
talking
I
about
died.
it. Yeah,
I died in 2012 too, dude. That's summer of 2012.
yeah, and that's the only way I can explain that experience. But anyhow, where I'm going with it is I'm in that dream, and I was so happy to see all my friends and family, so many, and I was like, I was just filled with joy that I was with them. And then they're like, Aaron, we're all leaving tomorrow for heaven. And I'm like, you mean it's just me here? And they're like, yeah, sorry. And I was like, I want to know who's in charge of this shit show doing fucking shit.
What?
Like,
Wait a minute. What?
Yeah. And I was like, I was like, this is no, not again. And they were all sad and they left. And then I was like, you know, not curse you, but I was like, you're not the real thing. Who the hell does this to people? And this woman came in as a black woman. She just comes in and she's like, Aaron. And I'm like, what?
That was your spirit guide.
We've all had
your
this
spirit guide. That was your spirit guide.
Yeah. And she goes, of course, you can go on, Aaron. You can go on. We're not going to do that. You're okay. Just, you know, and I was just like, and that's when I woke up.
Aaron, I'm imploring you right now to go back. I'll send you the link for the Grimerica episode. It was a couple weeks ago. Yeah. And holy shit, it's this guy who was he's like got a New York, Boston, East Coast accent. So he's a little bit cocky. He may rub you the wrong way. But the way he just like tells his story about how he can not lucid dream, but astral travel. And he's like, the spirit guides are motherfuckers. They're pieces of shit. And I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, they'll have me do crazy shit when he'll go out of body when he's going to sleep. He said they'll have you do crazy shit. Like he's like, he relayed a story saying that he said this is the type of shit that they have him do. He said he saw his I think it was an in-law or something or a neighbor friend, a friend from the neighborhood that he was super close with, like one of his dad's best friends, right? That he called like his uncle growing up. He was super close to him. Well, his wife left him, and ever since his wife had left him, he was super sad and depressed, right? Well, It turns out, I think he committed suicide or something terrible. Okay, so get this. So in this dream / astral travel or what have you, his spirit guide, he was taken to a place where it was super etheric, and the guy was shooting baskets, like shooting basket after basket, like on a basketball court, all by himself, and super depressed. And he walked over to him, and his spirit guide told him, "You have to go over there, and let him know that he's dead. He doesn't know he's dead." Right? And he goes, "Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Like, I have to go. Are you serious?" And he kept saying to Darren and Graham, like, this is the type of shit these fucking spirit guides make you do. They make me do. He goes, they make me do crazy shit like this, awful things. To where
they made him do a good thing, but he didn't want to do
a good thing. But he didn't want to do it. Yeah,
sounds like
it's
he's still being a prick
at
about it.
Yeah, exactly.
Why are you doing that if you're being like?
But it's also, if you listen to it and the way he describes because they trick you into doing these things, your spirit guides or his spirit guides.
I don't think that he's on the same plane. I don't think he's on that same plane that Snake's talking about, though.
No, this just what resonates super hard with what Snake just said. If you go back and listen to this episode, it's like an hour. It's only like 50 minutes or something, but it's brilliant, and it clicked like a bunch of things like locked into gear when I listened to it. I was like, wait a minute, this rings true from what I've read here and here, and it just locked a bunch of things into place, like put a bunch of puzzle pieces together for me personally.
That's the huge value of just being able to like share an experience with somebody that you don't fully understand. It helps you understand more, because I don't know what the fuck that was. I mean, I got sent about it, and through time, like Eric and me were talking about it earlier. And yeah, dude. I mean,
I'll send you that link. I'll send everybody the link in the
Michael Gagliardi. Is his name Michael?
I think that's his name. Yes.
Okay, yeah, I got it.
Okay, what episode is it? Number?
It is episode. No, it doesn't. I don't have that.
Can we share it in the chat here?
How many of us have been diagnosed ADD, by the way? I'm
think we know my answer.
Yeah. That's an interesting question. Yeah.
How many? Me, Aaron, Gordon.
Yeah.
Okay.
Me.
I got 5
Oh
more.
yeah, Jimmy for
Not
sure.
me. I
Of
am
course not
completely
you.
the opposite of ADHD.
Yeah,
I
you're
am slow,
you Spurg.
methodical.
You one of them Spurgs.
I'm ADD, not ADHD.
I'm
Right.
ADHD.
They did me. They go, okay, now you're ADHD, and I'm like, what the fuck is that?
See, that's that's like ED. That's like erectile dysfunction, bro. That's like, oh, this Pfizer, this heart pill went sideways. It gives huge boners. Well, let's make up erectile dysfunction. Yeah, that works.
That's why I
Let's
listened
market
to
it.
Yeah,
Still
Temple
branding.
has for those boner commercials.
Or just branding for a drug that they're going to sell you.
Yeah,
So they have to.
one side effect goes wrong. Create a new disease for the side effect. Yeah,
It's the what's it called?
I think Watico's is disease. So is Tyrant. We got Tyrant, motherfucker. Well, what am I supposed to do? Drain your blood right in this cup.
Right. Straight up,
dude.
Did y'all see? Hey, have you guys seen Squid Game yet? I don't ever watch Netflix, but I saw people talking about it. I watched the first or second. I watched the first 2 episodes. It is freaking so weird, so crazy. It's Korean.
What's it called? Squid Game?
Squid Game. It's visually stunning. I only watched 2 episodes. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. It's got this weird, like, it's kind of like got this Hunger Games kind of feel to it, but it definitely has like a futuristic what's coming. It's like all these people that are in horrible debt in Korea, like not horrible debt, but they're in debt.
That's a Steven Spielberg. The Walk.
I don't know who. It's straight Korean though. Like it's got like there's not English. Like it's not in English. Like there's English overdub. So it's got that.
Whenever I hear these people, have you seen it? Have you seen it? I ain't watching that shit. Fuck no.
No, I'm the same way. But then when I saw what it looked like, because the visual of the stairs, I don't know if you saw the visual, Aaron. If you see just that visual of like the poster for it, you'll go, wait a minute, because it's like so surreal. It looks like an Escher painting. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But with neon colors, like with the stairs, if you can imagine that, with Lego almost kind of mixed in. It's very, very visually stimulating and it's fascinating looking. It's just, if you just watch episode 1, that's all I'd recommend. Just the first episode.
I screwed up and watched that one thing with the antler kid.
I didn't watch that.
Trash. This is junk.
Oh, is this it?
Doing to people.
That's it. No, you had it. That was it. Yep.
Just the first episode I would recommend. That's it. Nothing more. Because that was all I needed. And I'm like, okay, I'm good.
I'm going through 80s films. I'm like, these fuckers were woke back then, man. Every film.
Mm-hmm. Straight
They're
up.
planting ideas in our head. That's how they're doing.
That.
It's definitely. It's that revelation of a method.
If I say blue ball.
Piggy bank.
What do you think?
Did you watch it, Jim? Then
yeah, I watched it.
Some of Squid Game,
more or less. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's Piggy Bank. Yep. It's only in episode 1. Or
it's on Netflix too. That's another
I hate
thing.
Netflix. That Dave Chappelle special is phenomenal. So good.
I'll watch that.
That was amazing. He dropped the mic talking shit about LGBTQ, like fuck you, and dropped the mic at the end of it. It was the greatest shit I've ever fucking seen.
Well, he told the story about the pimp and the whore.
And
the
yeah,
one. He just explains everything.
I know.
His was the bottom dollar bitch.
Yeah, whatever. What's the bottom bitch or whatever, and then dude, it's so good. But the
how many
story
people that happened to wake up with a horse head in your bed? Oh fuck!
For real. Did you watch the closer then, Aaron?
Mm-mm.
The new, oh dude, he tells a story where it's literally it'll bring you to like almost tears about this, like a trans woman that or man or whatever in San Francisco, and then he just and it like humanizes the person because it was like he really wanted to be a stand-up comic and all this shit, and he was awesome and but a terrible stand-up comic, like bombed for 45 minutes straight opening for Dave Chappelle in San Francisco. And it's called The Closer. You have to you got to see it, dude. He literally talks so much shit about the LGBT. He makes fun of it so hard. And there's
That's
like
another thing that freaked me out. When I was working at the SLU library, I'm like, okay, I'm at the Catholic Auxiliary Library. I mean, right across the street's Masonic Hall. It's gorgeous. I mean, these are probably buildings that were there when they got there, or it's built on an Indian mound in St. Louis, you know.
Yep.
And I go up to like the pillar because I'm core drilling. I'm drilling holes in concrete. Anyway, I look at the pillar and it said safe zone for LGBTQRSVRTW, and I'm like,
that's hilarious.
I think the carpenter, and I'm like, what is this? And he goes, oh yeah, bro, you ever worked at SLU? And I'm like, no, I just got back into the trades. He's like, yeah, that shit's everywhere. They've been doing this for a while. And I'm like,
yep,
that's where it's coming from.
Yep. Dude, Aaron, you have to see this. You're gonna be so happy. Like, it made me so happy at the end. Yeah, The Closer at the end. I was so happy because Dave Chappelle talking. He talked so much shit, dude. He's like, fuck the LGBT, fuck all of you. Like, dude, literally, and he dropped the mic like, fuck all you. You can say whatever the fuck you want, and that was it. 1,000
I have a family
Netflix.
member that at one time was born a woman and is not a woman, and you would never know, married a woman, all that, and you would never know it. And so that's all I need to know about that topic. I know I have family members, and it's like I know what's legit and what's like, dude,
right? And this is what what he's saying is basically how it's like the cancel, basically talking shit about all the shit we can't stand.
Good.
Basically,
that's what it is.
It is, exactly. And that's what he snaps on, and I'm so proud he did it because he like redeemed himself on a number of levels for me. So it was beautiful and brilliant, and yeah, it was just like, and I ain't never doing a Netflix special again, motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Like, fuck all of you. And 1,000 Netflix employees threatened to quit, and Dave Chappelle is literally winning. Yeah, over the special. 1,000 Netflix employees threatened to quit over the special. If they
didn't put it back on, or if they took it off?
No, they're keeping it
because of that.
Yeah,
because people started working together and not being divided, and
exactly.
Legitimately.
Yes. And they're like, fuck you, Dave Chappelle. No, don't. They're which is beautiful because it's just like, okay, there's still some hope, like a little bit of hope left in that regard.
What are you talking about?
No, I mean, you know what I'm saying. with entertainment, with that kind of, he's untouchable, and I like that about him. So
yeah.
I don't know.
Netflix is having their numbers are doing a nosedive right now. Now that,
they bet,
It should be.
I think John Teeter was real, and when he's told what the future would be like, that people will have their own TV channels and all that will go away. A decentralized, like
that's
we're
crazy.
Doing now.
Yeah. Did John Teeter say that?
Yeah, dude, you reviewed the John Teeter material.
Yeah,
you
did. So back when that was happening, he was on. They were doing coast to coast
with Art
stories on him, and I remember checking into it, and you could. It was really spotty back then, just trying to find stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, it was early internet kind of.
What did he say again about the future?
He forecasted. Said in the future, during and after the Civil War, or whatever, that people just walked away from TV once the internet, and people were making their own entertainment, their own channels, and it was more decentralized, whatever. So, but basically, it was in the people's hands of their entertainment, no longer with. And they said that was a difference. Like people after the war didn't live in big cities anymore. There were cities, but when you got milk, it came from your town. When you got chicken. It came from somewhere local, all that stuff. There was no more, and more people were way more self-reliant. They weren't as materialistic, and they just lived in,
We're
normal.
balls deep in a civil war right now.
Huh?
Cold Civil War, yeah.
We're in the middle of it.
Well, I would say, back then I
Yeah.
heard it and I was like, oh, that sounds horrible. And now this is everything I'm going for. The John Teeter lifestyle.
Yeah.
Right? It's totally Philip K. Dick short story type shit too. I'm trying to think of which there's a few short stories all melded into one that we're going through right now. It's wild.
Dude, I was watching V and I'm like,
V is, dude, the original one.
Yeah, I posted
Well,
a video.
where did you end up finding it, Aaron?
I didn't find the 2009 version. You have to pay for it or subscribe. I could not find a free version of it, but apparently in that one, they come at everybody with a virus, and then the reptilians have a vaccine for all the people and all that stuff. That's the virus is just to get the vaccine into people. And another thing is, like in the original, so their main thing, the reptilians, is like, we have cure for cancer. We have all the cures for everything. Come to our ships.
Yep.
They're making
V,
which is totally a Philip K. Dick, the one where he goes to, V. Yep.
You get tossed on the meat hook and you're frozen, and they're just, So,
do you ever watch
that? And I was like, that's fucking Klaus Schwab. There's a character that comes out in the exact same uniform. And my son, 10 years old, he knows who Klaus Schwab is. And he's like, that doesn't look like him. I was like, what he's wearing? He goes, And then one of the characters walks up to him and says the guy's name, Klaus.
Wow. There you go. Yep. Yeah. Wow. It's there. My ex-wife, Crystal, she's got the original VHS tapes. It's like straight from the video store. She found them at Goodwill, and they still play great. They're not not demagnetized yet and everything.
Well, yeah, I was born in '80, and I'm watching V, and all of a sudden, all these like old traumas are coming up, and the traumas are me actually watching this as a kid. Like, my dad would put a big pillow on the floor and hand me some cheap candy, and we'd watch whatever. It was V, that miniseries. That's what people did. They said
it was a TV. It was a TV miniseries too, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Yeah,
that's all it was.
Yeah, I remember watching it at the time, but I don't remember
traumatized.
Man. Just watch this stuff as a kid. It just
watching the reptilian, the face getting peeled off.
The face, the face peeling.
They put them in these like naked suits, and they fuck with their head.
That's right.
They put them into like what is like in Star Trek, the hologram.
The holodeck. The holodeck.
They do that to them to try human beings. They do all these things, and it implanted that stuff in my mind. And I'm watching this, I'm like, holy shit. So I mean, the whole idea of reptilians, overlords, invaders, and then
Vaders,
during the Cold War. So it's just something to revisit. I don't really, if you grew up in the '80s, it's like, oh fuck.
It's so cheesy though. It really has the cheese factor is off the charts, but it's so worth it.
It's worth it.
So worth it. Yeah.
It's got Michael Ironside too, which is great.
That's right, dude. That's right.
He's in Highlander 2. He's in
yeah, hell yeah, he is.
Starship
Beastmaster.
Beastmaster, that's right.
Oh, he's the Beastmaster guy?
Yeah, that's him.
Oh, I love that. It's so cheesy. That stuff
so
is
bad. It's
talk
so
about
bad.
cheese, man. Those
old
barbarian movies and stuff.
Hell yeah.
The sorcerer is sacrificing children to the temple. And he's got 1983.
The snake god.
So good. That was like 83, 84, I want to say V was.
Yep.
82, 83, 82 to 84.
Hey, I bet Eric, because where we live, this corridor has tons of UFOs. Speaking of aliens and shit, and I saw one. I think I said it on here, but I saw one right after one of these shows about a month ago. And
night vision, bro.
What's that?
We gotta get some night vision.
Yeah. You know what? That'd be really
so
interesting.
reasonably priced too.
Have you ever done that, Eric? Out there?
Night vision?
Yeah.
No, I don't have any access to night vision. No, but I've definitely seen little pinpoints of light in the sky that don't make any fucking sense, and they move around, you know, ziggity zaggity and stuff. I've seen that multiple times. Well, at least 3 I can think of, you know, off the top of my head.
So these are micro satellites or something. They're probably drones.
That's what I was thinking too.
Because you're thinking they're far away, but they could be really close with just like a little LED light.
Exactly, because the what's it called, what to scale, you know what I'm saying, the distance, it's really, because I've seen some weird stuff around here too.
But the stuff that's reported around here goes from horizon to horizon in a matter of seconds.
That is one of the things. That is one of those. Yeah,
that's not drone stuff, and the way they move is
it could be microsatellites like Project Leonid, low Earth orbiting, intelligent, nano. That was from Anthony Sanchez and his UFO Highway, and that's what the colonel was trying to tell him, that they were going full AI on this Skynet, and these things would be in constant control of our skies, our coasts, everything.
Yep.
And he was trying to stop it, but it was Project Leonid, and they were micro satellites, like little squares, things or whatever. He was trying to.
Isn't Sanchez the guy that was doing the ITC communications? He was developing the ghost stuff. Yeah. Okay. He's pretty brilliant.
He's like I don't know. I think he's like a Hillary Clinton supporter now, and he's like into the. I don't think he was ever intended. That's why it seems so authentic. He's like, he doesn't fit in with the community really.
No,
he's a
right.
guy, right? You know.
Yeah. Oh, I can't, like, with baby and bathwater kind of type shit with the research. If you're putting out good research, I can't throw all. You know what I mean? Like I can't throw the work out. I gotta keep the research.
But it's the things we're seeing in the sky. I mean, it's just a surveillance system. What is it? Is it microsatellites? Is it?
It's like those drones.
Not aliens.
Remember those drones?
It's all of those things. There's so much of it in the sky. All these tools floating around, satellites, barometric pressure, weather balloons, everything.
We can't. Yeah, we're not able to tell the difference.
Plasma beings. Thank you, James.
Yeah, fourth state.
Yeah,
fourth state of matter shit. Yep.
So one of the things that I have actually seen out here, in the desert out here, I've taken pictures of it, and I put it in. I was in Eyes Open, Lindsay's Facebook group, that we used to. Because I try not to be on Facebook anymore. I'm not there, but probably over a year ago, I took a picture right out the open range desert behind my house, and it looked like because my wife had seen it for a couple of nights, just out in the desert, and she's like, "It looks like feels like something's watching me," you know. She kind of had that feeling, you know, and it just sat there. So I took a picture of it. And I'll see if I can find it. If I can find it, I'll put it in the Telegram group. But it looks like a plasma being. Like it looks like more like a spirit orb kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's different, but it's definitely intelligently moving.
Yes. So I've seen the spirit orbs. They come into the Capoeira ritual sometimes.
What?
Interesting.
And they show up. They don't just show up at any moment. They show up when they're called. And the timing isn't
like a CE5 type thing, or what do you mean by that?
It's impeccable. It's like they move precognitively. And you can see them come across the screen. They'll like bolt from one side of the room. They'll bounce off a corner. And then they land at the spot where the energy was summoned. At the moment that it's summoned, exactly. It's really phenomenal. But they're spiritual, they're precognitive, and the timing is absolutely impeccable. It's really something else. But it's in the middle of the daytime. It's like a bunch of people. It's in a crowd of people, and it comes when it's called. I've seen it many times.
And it lands in the
What's that?
crowd?
It flies over the crowd and then lands in the circle in the middle of the ritual, and it's absolutely amazing. I've
Who's the
seen
crowd?
it many times. It's the participants. Yeah, there's like 7 to 8 musicians, and then everybody else is just singing and clapping and bringing the spirit. But it's amazing, and that's the thing that gets me, is that it's in the broad daylight. It doesn't have to be at night in the sky. It can just come right on time.
I think I'm gotta start doing capoeira.
Yeah. Well, this the idea entered my lexicon when I heard, or my mind when I heard we were talking about UFOs, and Lindsay said that she can call the plasma orbs.
Yes.
She went at least once a day, and I was like, never even occurred to me that might be possible. And here you are talking about it.
Yeah.
Oh, I never thought about
Yeah,
trying
it's
it out
beautiful.
there with those at night.
Mm-hmm.
I was wondering why you would want to. First of all, I'm trying to
Mhm.
get it out because I don't even know what the hell these are yet. But if I knew, then yeah.
Yeah, it seems like it could be demonic. Something demonic, and I don't even mean to be that dude, but I'm serious.
Something dark about it, certainly.
Looks like we have a capoeira group in my town with 21 members. December
Nice.
17th they met.
That's a
last.
good. That's a good size.
It's capoeira. No, I'm just fucking with you.
Dude, do you know what I did last week? I was just out looking at the moon, and I thought it was the pot, and I was just really in my body. I was dancing in my front yard here at like 1 a.m. I danced for like half hour, 45 minutes, just doing these moves. I got no training and nothing. And in my mind was that video that Davin had going of those guys dancing and stuff.
That's it. That's it. You were doing it.
And it felt so natural. I was just doing weird shit, dude. It was like kind of like I couldn't even believe I could swing my leg like that. And I'm like, all right.
So yeah, I've had that kind of feeling. Like, so and Barski, you and I've talked about this too, is the Kundalini movements. Like, do you think that kind of thing is a Kundalini spirit kind of flow your feel? Because when you're doing Qigong and you really are in flow, like it shows you the moves. Like it
You mean Tai Chi?
No, it's Qigong.
Okay, I've never tried any of that.
So, but the movements kind of come naturally.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
And it's just being in flow and letting it kind of surrendering to it. And I always wondered if that's like the same thing as like laying onto the spirit. They do in church. Like,
yeah, totally.
Where,
it could be another form of that.
Yeah.
Speaking in tongues, so to speak.
I just
But,
recently
like-
saw some videos of the Qigong guys, and there was a group doing a demonstration of the power, and they were like, they would focus the chi into their neck, and then they would like put a steel rod in between the two guys' necks, and they would walk into each other and bend the steel.
It's basically like, think of it like this. It's like think of Street Fighter like moves like Ken and Ryu. Think of their like Hadouken move. Think of Hadouken, but in super slow motion. And charging that ball up. That is essentially what Qigong basically is.
Yeah. And so I've actually
a form of it.
Worked that into energy healing, and it worked to be able to focus. Focuses the energy to a point. It works really, really well.
Oh yeah, it totally works even without the visualization. Absolutely. It's worked for me doing massage therapy.
Yeah.
He could make a spiral and get the energy going, and the wind actually started blowing the leaves in a spiral around him. It was insane.
That's legit.
Is crisscross applesauce spiders crawling up your back?
Tight squeeze, something. Is that creek on? Because that shit's freaky.
Say that again.
You never had done that?
No.
Oh, you don't have kids?
No, I don't. Yeah, I'm the only
Cross on
one.
their back. Chris
And Alan.
cross.
And Alan.
Hey, I don't have any
Applesauce.
children.
That's what I said. And you.
Spiders crawling up your back. Tight squeeze. Now you got the shiveries.
Yep.
Makes you shiver.
Hey guys, speaking of children, I'm in charge tomorrow, and my kids get up early, so I'm gonna. It's nice.
Cheers.
Eric got some final words for
Nice
us.
meeting you, man. Cheers, dude.
Final
40-year-olds party.
Yeah, before you leave, we've had you here. Any final thoughts?
I would work on ideas on how to play with what you guys are working with here, because there's something solid. I mean, I see it, and I catch very little of your episodes. I don't have time to sit. There's so much I want to absorb, but all I have to do is dial in just a second, and there it is. It's what you're talking about, correlating to what's going on. There's something there, and I would start sparking ideas on how to think about it or work with it or that kind of idea. That's my
Right.
final.
And Eric, just a heads up, I've updated the RSS feed for the podcast, so we're literally caught up. So feel free to, and anybody, we're live on YouTube right now. Yeah, anybody, please feel free to the podcast catcher of your choice. Go check out, put Weavingspiders Welcome in there. We're all caught up. So give it a listen on there, because these are marathon shows. So there's a lot of content.
Later tonight, Barski's going to eat cat poop.
This is true. This is true.
We're initiating him.
Thank you,
All
Eric.
right.
Thanks, Eric. Come back
Wise words
again.
indeed.
Good to see you, man.
Peace, Eric.
So, what kind of litter am I digging into then? Fresh
Edible, organic.
Shape them into creatures. Little sculpting.
Right? Little shit sculptures.
Yep.
I remember when that Lauryn Hill record came out. Oh, I'll shut up.
Two girls, one cup.
Oh, dude, I've never seen that, and I don't even know what it means. I literally am not even kidding.
God,
I can kind of guess, but yeah.
No guess necessary.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's great that we've got the RSS feed as a tool to archive all of our work. And Eric is absolutely correct about this live stream, allowing it to go deep and wide and long to explore the ideas. And we have the capability of taking short clips and then sharing them. Joe Rogan does that, right? Or he had his fans do that for him on different channels. Alex Jones has the same thing where people take
you go
clips.
short. You go short. I go long. I get where you're going with that. All
Yep. So we can have like a 5-minute segment. That's even too long, because I've made clips of the show and I'm like, it's 4 minutes, 20 seconds, but that's still too long for Twitter. Twitter only allows 2-minute videos, 2-minute, 20-second videos. So I'm like, I have to cut it even shorter, even to get it as a video onto Twitter. So it's the short attention span. When Krista was mentioning it, we're talking about History Channel, how 25 years ago they had these deep, dense documentaries with images.
They were phenomenal too.
And there was so much information. And then you get a commercial break and you're like, okay, now I can process this information. Now on History Channel, maybe History Channel 2, 3, they got different channels, but all the information is so stretched thin. And that's maybe a criticism of that Skinwalker show that they had on History Channel.
Exactly.
It was like, I was so aggravated because there was so much great information, but they were stretching it so thin.
Yep.
And then there was a commercial every 5 minutes, and
I'll
I'm
tell
like,
you what, though, Alan. I don't mean to cut you off, but I do. But listen, you got the Blind Frog Ranch show.
Mhm.
Did you watch that by chance?
was that the episode from Skinwalker?
No, it's called Mystery at Blind Frog Ranch. It is way better than Hunt for the Skinwalker or Secrets of Skinwalker, and it's literally the ranch just north, the property line just north of Skinwalker
Hmm.
in the Uinta Basin, and it is they're searching for, they're like treasure hunting, and they end up finding like old Mormon gold from when they made a deal. Dude, it is the best show. It's way, way, way better than Secrets of Skinwalker Ranch. Way better. Wouldn't you agree, Jim? Didn't you watch Blind Frog?
No,
That was the one.
I'm sure I would
don't-
agree if I did watch it though.
Heather was gonna, I feel bad. What's up, Heather? Yeah, she was gonna be on second season, but ended up not going with your idiot's History Channel for not choosing her Travel Channel for the show. But yeah, it's much more riveting, and you get dude, I was blown away. It was so creepy on so many levels, and plus you get the fun like hunt, like Curse of Oak Island kind of thing going on, but you actually get meat as opposed to just like little strips of bacon. If you know what I'm saying, like you get steaks.
Right. And the
Yeah.
Skinwalker show on History Channel was very atmospheric, and it really includes you in what's going on. But for someone who just wants information, that's not the best show to get the information. Read the book, right? Read a
Yeah.
book, you'll get the
If you-
information.
if
Watch the
you've read the
History
book-
Channel show for the slow drip, stretching
Yeah.
out.
Oh,
And if you've read the book,
atmosphere.
if you've read the book too, you get nothing basically out of the show except like visuals that you can then place what you've read in the book. You have a visual for what you've read, essentially. Like that's the
Visual
most.
references.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
So, but I implore anybody that's interested in this to check out the Mystery at Blind Frog Ranch on Discovery Plus, or do your torrenting, whatever you got. Get your VPN going, download that shit up. Also, What We Do in the Shadows. Get on it. Get on it, dude.
It is really good. It's really fun.
I'm caught up. Matt Berry is a genius. Matt Berry is the
Great show. Yeah.
dude. Matt Berry is a god. The latest episodes have been phenomenal too. So they've been so good. Got Hulu just for that show. I still have to watch the movie.
Yeah, the movie is fun. And I keep saying, hey guys, there's a show out of New Zealand called Wellington Paranormal. That's a
Wait
lot
a
of
minute.
fun.
Is it a
Is that the
parody?
werewolves?
It's a parody one?
It's a mockumentary comedy horror television
Yes,
series.
yes.
Of the
And
cop.
it is just wild. It is so much fun.
It's not the
And-
cop one, is it?
They are police officers.
Oh, they are.
Okay.
Yep, yep.
What is it on?
Yep.
What
Capoeira.
service is that on?
I don't know. It's on the internet. I just searched for it and I find it. I don't.
What's
live
the
in
name
New
of it?
Zealand.
What's the name of it again?
Wellington
Wellington
Paranormal.
Okay, got it. I'll
Yep.
find it right after this. Sweet.
Yeah, it says 19 episodes I think have aired so far. 3 seasons. It originally premiered July 11th, 2018. And Karen O'Leary and Mike Minogue and as the 2 officers, and they have this closet. The police officer has a closet, and that's his like little X-Files closet where he tries to hide the paranormal activity of Wellington, New Zealand. And it's a lot of fun. I don't know.
Is it Kylie Minogue's brother?
Well, it's written by Jermaine Clement,
I don't know. Who that is.
Jermaine.
directed by Jermaine Clement and some other people.
Who's that?
Jermaine Clement.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
Okay.
Oh, that's the guy from Flight of the Conchords.
Oh,
And
okay.
Jermaine,
Yeah,
The
I know what
big
you're talking
guy?
about now. Yeah,
Mm.
Space Bowie.
I love it. Right, I didn't like that show when it first came out, but then I grew to love it. You know, what show
Love
is
it.
amazing though
It's
is
so good.
Chris Lilly. Chris Lilly is phenomenal from Australia. He did that show Angry Boys, and what else? He did a bunch of shows on HBO. They picked
Oh,
up
that
a
is
ton.
the cutest dog, dude.
Where?
Jermaine Clement was in something called Gentleman Broncos from the same director.
Have you guys not
of
seen
Napoleon
Gentlemen
Dynamite.
Broncos?
Jared
Gentlemen
and
Broncos
Jerusha
is
Hess
great.
What is
directed Gentleman Broncos, which is a lot of fun and includes Sam Rockwell.
Yeah,
He's good.
he's great in
That's
this.
another really
is
fun
He's
one.
so good. It's so fun, dude. It's
He
ridiculous.
is great.
That's the idea of science fiction. We have this young boy
Detective
who's writing
Rosie.
science fiction,
Rosie.
and there's this older man who's also writing science fiction, and it's insane. It's so much fun.
I love the. Speaking of androgynous sci-fi characters, like there's always
What are you
like
doing?
one androgynous sci-fi character in those weird novels, and
Yep.
they had
Say
to
hi.
include that character, which is a great character, by the way. It's
Say
hilarious.
hi to this dog.
Oh, that's that farty Boston, isn't it?
Yeah.
What's
She's
her name?
sleepy. That's Detective Rosie Joy, aka HR Wuppenstub, aka Goomba, aka Goombino. She's got a million names.
Snake has a new puppy, and oh,
Yeah, it's a cute puppy.
and that's Leo in the back.
Yeah,
Looks
he's
like my
not
dog.
happy. We weren't sure how he was gonna be, but he's jealous, like extremely.
You just got him, right?
This morning, she's a Shahar
Wow.
Maggie. She's gonna be a big dog. Her mama kills raccoons. Yeah. That's what we need around here. It's a Pyrenees Anatolian farm dog.
Pyrenees and Anatolia.
Pyrenees.
Leo, chill the hell out.
I can't wait to leash train these goats and walk them down my logging road, like my friend Jen.
To clear the
Definitely fun.
Yes, Jim. It was Annabelle. It was Annabelle. It was mine and mine and Crystal's dog.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah.
I heard though you have to be careful with them when they have horns. If they have collars on, they could get tangled up, their horns in another one's collar. And
Dude, because when Leo got rammed today, he was being ornery. He's had a rough day. He's been rammed by a goat, and he got in trouble for snipping at her. Got his butt kicked a little, and anyway, her horn went into his collar.
Oh man!
And then I read your text, and I was like, "Yep."
Yeah, you got to be careful with that. They love to beat up on dogs, but it's just kind of how they play. I don't think it's hard.
No,
enough
it's the collar thing though, because we got the collar on Nanny on Holly, and then I put 2 collars on the little guys, but I'm gonna take those off because I think she'll be okay. They don't have horns yet. They got little nubs on their head.
It's good to train them though. So like keep the collars and put them on every now and again and pet them up so that they get used to it. Because if you're gonna teach them to be trail goats, then
trail goats. Yeah.
There's I'll send you a link to some YouTubes with some trail goats. There's like an association of U.S. trail goats or something like that.
Oh, that's a real thing?
Yeah, it's a real
Really?
thing.
Oh wow, cool.
There's a whole world of goats that nobody knows exists.
You always want to stay on the low side if you encounter horses, because horses are afraid of goats and they'll want to cross the trail on the high side. So take the low ground with your goats.
Interesting. Well, we'd like to eventually get my acreage all fenced, and I got a ridge in my back, a gorgeous ridge, and
nice.
I just want goats, and I want Highland cow there. They'd love it.
I'll take the high
That's
road.
Annabelle.
You'll
That's
take
Annabelle.
The low road.
I picked up a little trailer so I can haul my goats out to hike the other day.
That's
I got an old landscaping trailer.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
she's cute.
Well, here's the thing on that I learned is when we evacuated the fires last year, there was nothing worse than seeing how upset Ben was because he did not have at the farm yet his animal carrier. He couldn't transport his animals and evacuate them. So it's just when you start getting goats and things, That's something we're having to get.
Guys,
Cows.
that's Annabelle.
That's a good point.
That's R.I.P. Annabelle.
Oh,
That dog is amazing. Smart, one of the smartest dogs
Oh.
I've ever.
Look at that. Leo.
Puppies have the sharpest teeth.
Oh,
Little razors, little needles.
what are you feeding them, Adderall?
I keep bringing up Wellington Paranormal because
Yes,
it is
footballs.
adapted from What We Do in the Shadows. That's the connection I was trying to bring up because you keep mentioning What We Do in the Shadows, the movie that you haven't seen, and I keep saying Wellington Paranormal was inspired and adapted from the movie What We Do in the Shadows,
Oh, really?
which also inspired the television show.
Oh,
So
awesome.
Wellington Paranormal
That's what I'm saying.
is Jermaine Clement's breakout version of from What We Do in the Shadows.
Oh,
Yeah, you
sweet.
got to check out the original, man. And then there's the student movie
Link in the
before
chat.
that where they did like a cheapy version just on iPhones or something. And the outtakes are great because like there's actually like soccer hooligans literally harassing them on the street because they're dressed like dandy vampires. It's hilarious.
That's awesome.
It's absolutely great. Go home, faggot! And throwing shit at them.
Honey, what show is that you're
Wait,
watching?
do you want to enunciate a little bit more clearly?
That's my New Zealander. That's my.
Come on, faggot. Sorry, wait, what?
That was my New Zealander. Whatever
By the-
that sounds like.
by
I
the
don't
way,
even
I'm
know how
gay as
close
a-
that was.
I'm gay as AIDS, so I can say that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's okay.
that dog is too cute, Aaron.
She's very timid.
I can see. What kind of pup is it?
Pyrenees.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't. Oh God, it's been a long day. It's like what o'clock, isn't it?
Oh shit, it is.
11
Yeah.
p.m. here.
Dude, we want to hear this is the thing for today. So we went and picked up from Leon, the goat farmer. Awesome dude. He has 19 goats, by the way. And he's right out down the road here. And he's like, yeah, I got 19 goats, blah blah blah. So we go there.
Aaron, did you see Eric's tattoo on his
Yeah.
arm?
Oh
Okay.
yeah. That was amazing when so and this coat that goes along with that dream I had right at the same time. Anyway, he's got a dog, it's the Pyrenees, one of her. And he was telling me how she kills all the raccoons, how great of a dog she is and everything. It's this really chill, big dog. And right before we leave, I swear to God, this dog was aware. It put its paw up to me, and I was like, oh. And then she just was pawing back and forth. I was like, oh my God. She's like, yeah, that's her. So I was like, wait a minute, what kind of dog is this? Well, my wife had the other day looked and saw that these were for sale. And I was like, no, they're too big. Well, anyway, right after we met that guy's dog, and he told me how she protects all the goats and everything, and we called this person and got the Pyrenees.
Beautiful dogs.
Not playing it at all. Right? So that's a symbiosis of a farm. With goats, I need a dog. I need somebody to protect the flock. And it's literally how she advertised on Craigslist. Protect your livestock.
Very cool.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Don't call them great for nothing.
We're gonna see. She's a sweetie. Don't worry, you'll be bigger than Leo and you'll kick his butt right back.
So I've got a theory right now that I'm cooking up about goats. And Alan,
Yeah.
I think you'll like this. I think you'll like this theory. I was spot reading through some of Herodotus about a week or so ago, and I learned that Egypt venerates the goat, and that they did not approve of goats as a sacrifice because they related to spiritually to the goat.
Huh.
And so I also happen to know that other cultures, they think of the goat as other cultures like Rome.
Yeah, but
So
We lost you,
I'm going to
Gabriel.
hold that little tidbit of information.
Gabe, your audio is a little
We're losing you,
garbled.
Gabe.
Uh-oh. Can you hear me?
Yeah, but you're garbling in and out. Try again.
Start over from goats were sacred in Egypt.
Okay. All right. Is that any better?
Yeah, but you're not cutting out, so yeah.
Okay. So other cultures, they think that the goat is ideal for sacrifice. And so think of like gang signs. Like if you get a hand, you do a hand gang sign and you turn it upside down, that's and fuck your sect, right? So goat sacrifice is anti-Egyptian. And this is where things get really weird. I'm beginning to believe that America was much more Egyptian than we're told. And that's kind of a whole separate theory, but I'm overlapping the two. And so
Absolutely, I can see that. Sorry, keep going.
yeah. So what I think we can maybe fuse together here is that in American culture, we are given goat sacrifice paradigms or spells commonly so that we defile and piss off the native spirits of this land.
Good call.
And that is why cops and Kobe Bryant, Chad Aaron Bozeman, CAB is Cabra. All of these are goats, sacrificial goats. And so we culturally sacrifice goats, whether we know it or not.
Yeah,
And by doing so, we're participating in the defilement of our own connection to the land here in America.
And by goats, you mean greatest of all times?
All of that, yep.
All of it. So yeah, it encompasses. Okay.
Yep, including your kids, your firstborn child, your kid, by giving them the vaccine, by injecting them and doing all those. Those practices that.
Yeah, there's no blood on the doors this time around.
Right.
Man.
So yeah.
Wait, what'd you just say?
There's no blood on the doors this time around.
Like Passover.
Oh my God.
When
putting the sheep's lamb's blood on the over the door for the Passover angel.
Don't make me start singing creeping death.
Wow.
Yeah,
do you think you'll handle what's coming when people start dying? You're gonna be able to handle it? Do you understand the gravity of the situation we are in, and what is unfolding right before us?
Yeah.
I'm gonna have friends dropping left and right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I've been thinking about it a lot.
Be a Debbie Downer. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to empower and prepare you.
I'm trying to not allow those. I'm not trying to deny it, but I'm also trying to stay as positive as I possibly can.
Well,
that
yeah,
it's going to take longer. It's going to take longer than the, how can I put it? Like the, not doom obsessed, but you know what I'm saying? Like is black pill. I'm trying to stay you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know it. Yeah.
They're coming for our kids.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever experienced being taken from your family?
Absolutely.
No matter how much you plead, I have.
Oh yeah, I have.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I've seen it over and over and over again.
It's the worst.
If you think that they're going to give two fucking shits about anything you have to say when they come to take your fucking kid, they don't want them all dead. They want the kids. They want you dead. And they want grandma and grandpa dead.
They want the boomers dead. I heard, and I think this this rings really true is like, think about this for a
The
second.
new citizen.
The baby boomers, they had to figure out a way to, you know, if basically I'll put it like this: baby boomers equals now baby doomers. They've got to get rid of all these people now, essentially.
Yes.
Project
That's funny
Pogo.
you say that. I say it this way, almost the same thing. I say baby boomers inevitably become body boomers. And so a boom in population will actuarially yield a boom in death count.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
but
yeah.
you're right.
Wow.
You're totally right.
And
What do
this
you got?
makes total sense of a mass kill off, if you
Yes.
will, a genocide of
Yep.
yeah,
You know why?
boomers,
You know why we
boomer
have
side.
boomers? It's because with each kid born was a birth certificate issued, and with that birth certificate issued, they were able to loan more money, and from the
Exactly.
Federal Reserve collateral. So now we're moving to a new financial system, which is crypto. And what they're doing is, well, we don't need those people anymore because we don't use the birth certificate since Kurt Kallenbach sent that letter back in November of 2019, and then
Bingo.
I've
Yep.
seen it. So
There you
where
go.
we're at,
Bingo.
Yep.
they're going to the new system. Their great reset is the crypto. And when you talk about Luciferians, you have my fucking attention because I know about the birth certificate and I know how that they use us and they farm us or whatever. And that would
Yep.
be the new system. So what they're going to do is they're going to off the old people, of course, because they're tired of paying the pensions. They're not going to do any more of the supply
Social Security.
energy
Yep.
for us. They're done doing that stuff. What they're
Yep.
going to do is they're going to transhumanize people. Those of them who fucking take the mark and get the fucking nano whatever it is and it takes, they're going to come take those kids. They want a needle in every single kid because every single needle they get into a kid raises their numbers of the ones that'll take it. They probably don't even know.
Oh no, no,
I'm
not at all.
not a conspiracy theorist. I'm fucking watching it happen.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I've seen it before. It's just
And how they're going to replace
Babylon
the crazy thing
2.0.
is, how are they going to replace, okay, like the governor of New York, that crazy bitch, saying like, oh, we'll just replace all these healthcare workers with foreigners. Literally said those words. Like,
FEMA.
Yeah.
what?
FEMA's coming in to take those jobs.
The UN.
FEMA.
Yeah, they're going to have
because
UN.
FEMA got handed. Trump gave with his emergency act. He gave that shit. I was like, I don't want to believe it. I don't want to believe it.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
right. They are taking over.
He didn't.
And we're going to be
yeah.
balkanized.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
you guys, we've all thought about how Iron Man is FE man, right? Iron is FE.
FE. Yeah. Yep.
FE man. Well, that in green speak or bird
FEMA.
speak, it's FEMA in.
Yep.
FEMA is coming in.
Yep.
Do you think that encoding is? They don't do that encoding on purpose. It's like a reflection of the universe.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, yeah.
Exactly.
They can't hide
It's a
it.
it's a cosmological.
This stuff
reflection.
comes out no matter what because
No
it's
matter what. It's not
because
that
this
smart,
stuff
they're
is
able to do that.
what is it? Fractilinear stuff, like all that stuff overlaps, at endpoints, and it's all that stuff we already know. It's in here,
Right, and that's what's coming out. It's almost like it's like a tick. It's like a tick. How we have like idiosyncrasies, not even idiosyncrasies. It's just like a tick, like a nervous tick of some sort. Not saying it is a nervous tick, but it comes out of us and it manifests, whether we like it or not. It's an unconscious manifestation, if you will.
Well, yeah, we talk about that a lot, like the comic book writers that would write a storyline and it comes true as
Alan
it's
Moore.
even happening.
Yeah.
Like
well, that's Grant Morrison writing himself as a character into the Invisibles. Is my mic coming in hot?
No,
yeah, like Grant Morrison a lot.
And Alan
Who wrote
Moore
themselves
too.
in a character?
And Alan Moore.
Who?
Grant Morrison writes himself into his comic book, The Invisibles, and that becomes his working, his magical exercise, his chaos magic sigil, art imitating
sigil.
life, imitating
Get into
art.
our smiley face
And
killings.
he writes it into reality, and the situations he writes into this comic book manifest in his real life, which further influence his writing into his comic, playing back and forth.
It's right there, guys. It's right there. It's not it's right there. Wow.
And I think
So-
that's what
so they
Eric
don't
was
care.
encouraging us to do earlier. He said, take what we've got, take the
Yeah.
energy, the ideas, the flow state, and begin to work with it, begin to realize and become aware of that energy and the influence it has, and be more intentional about it. This is putting out our intention into the live stream universe. The ideas will manifest in the future, and when we say we want certain guests and we want certain topics, we do move towards those guests and topics, attracting them from all levels.
Precisely.
And earlier, before we were starting the show, we were speaking about the titles of the show and how we need to be thoughtful and mindful about the titles we choose, because that will influence so much about the show, and we might not even know exactly what it will bring about.
Right.
An
Until
example of
6 months,
this-
from 6 months to a year.
Well, the
times,
Vibrant
you know.
appearance
Yeah.
with Jim, and what was the title about that? Talking about cackling and crackling and eggs. That's in the title of the show, about laughter. And then they were talking about cosmic eggs in the show, and only after the show did they realize what the meaning of the title for the show was.
Wait, what was the title? I didn't know the title, what the title was. You didn't.
I'll look it up again. We were chatting about that after the show. It was wild.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Yeah. And,
Sure.
kind of along the lines of what Eric was saying about, building and channeling the intention. I've been seeing that, ever since Jim's show, in the conversation about goats and the Pope lick goat. And here now we have Aaron just got more goats, and now I'm having this breakthrough that I think that goats are sacred to this land.
All right. You got my attention, brother.
Yeah. And so, I think that before they get to the kids, before the march down the street happens, we can generate a breakthrough of consciousness. And, we can start taking out the pillars of the satanic order systematically.
Yeah, take the power back. So this chaos order thing, this isn't create chaos, get order, or create order and get chaos. This is a cyclical thing where chaos is here and a ebb and flow and order. So the ability to operate like you're talking about in each one, whether you're in chaos, you bring in order, I guess through this, you just, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah.
So that's taking the power back, because we hear it all the time. They're like, oh, new world order out of chaos, and they got it all over, like as if they are masters of it. They ain't masters of it, guys. They're just working.
So speaking of syncs and all this stuff, Eric just texted me that the final sync of the night, at first he saw 5 minutes, 19 seconds, of course, 19.
Mm-hmm.
But really the video time was 5:20, which is Tucson area code.
Oh, wow.
Nice.
Coding.
Wow.
It's encoding.
Tucson, homie.
52, episode 52.
52.
That's our
52
episode
also,
number.
yeah.
520.
520 is the Tucson area code, and 520.
So we invoke
52.
the powers of that number, and Eric appears out of the
And he said
520 area
he
code.
never know, man.
That's
Just
a
between
perfect
me and
example
you.
of us not knowing what the significance of the title and the description will be. Going back to Wednesday, the 13th of October, the title is A Wednesday the 13th Weave with Spider Bro James Maiden, Vibrant, Episode 8. Description reads, James Maiden of Weavingspiders Welcome joins Vibrant tonight. Aside from being an arachnoid analyst of all things archonic, he's also got an epic and infectious laugh. So join in the fun tonight and help us crack up like crack spiders. And that entire show ends up talking about cracking eggs.
I was making eggs when you guys with that one.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
So 5-2 is E and B, and that's the ebb. The ebb and
Ebb
the
and the
flow.
flow. E and B. That's a web without the W.
Yeah, man. Yes, I love it.
It's the silent but deadly W.
Is that what that is?
Processing. You guys are amazing.
It's the whoosh sound.
You know, and just the more you're open to anything, you see them everywhere. The more you're open to flow, like, and you live in flow, like as a kind of a recognizing as you're in the now, you know, where you're in here and not thinking about all of the other bullshit that you got to do, because you got to do it, because that's what this life is. But when we're in like this kind of connection with spirit that's just flowing, like you see that shit everywhere. It's like we're not paying attention to all these things that's really happening. Like, I mean, this spiritual awareness of things is 99% of our existence, and we're not paying attention.
Are we hyper awareness? Have you ever experienced some sense of hyper awareness before? Where you just like, it's a now present thing, but it's fleeting and soon lost. Mm-hmm. Sometimes, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And
that is hard to hold. It's hard to hold that state. Yeah.
Just, you know, I don't know. That's it. So it's pretty simple.
So, but that hyper aware state is that state where you're your most authentic self, I think.
I've experienced
like just
multiple occasions, but it's so brief sometimes. You're just like, what? It's like it's almost too much. It's too intense. So it's like little baby steps, little dipping your toes in the water as we grow. And I know that my first instinct when I realized it was such a thing, there are people who walk in a constant hyper state of awareness. And these are our, I don't know, elders. Maybe they walk amongst us all the time and they're just watching, but they are in a state of hyper awareness. It would be just aware of everything. What could you do with it? You know?
What couldn't you do with it?
I don't know, but it puts me in a position to where, you know, I'm just like a child still, and that's okay. You know?
Yeah, it's okay.
If someone told you it took 120 years to get to that point, would you be willing to do what it takes to get there? You know, because that's what it would take. Maybe even multiple lifetimes.
Mm-hmm.
So
for sure.
You know,
I was thinking about that this week, actually. I was watching this, or actually just tonight. We were watching this thing on serial killers of the West, and a lot of them are around here. And because Billy the Kid was, like, his first killing was right by my grandparents' house and near Winkleman. And
really,
there was a haunted ranch up there that was right across right across the street from my grandparents' ranch was this canyon that went into a elbow in this canyon where they would build a elbow in the corral. They could corral the cattle into there, and they could open it up and run them out easier, right? Because your two walls are already built. That's why you put it in a canyon. So this guy would hire somebody from the town, kill them, and just burn the body, and then hire somebody else from the town, because nobody's out there, really. Nobody would know. He
just get out of paying him.
Yeah,
hire a guy.
You just hire him,
would do the
then
work, and then
when they
kill
got
him.
pissed, when they got pissed because they're not getting paid, they're like, "Oh," he's like, "Oh yeah." So he would.
Damn.
So he killed a bunch of people out there. Well, I went out there when I was a kid. My dad took me out there, and told me the whole story. And I'm like, wow, cool legend. Because it was just, you know, I didn't think it was real. I thought it was just something he was telling me to spook me, you know, to get me all scared of going to this ghost town place called the Haunted Corral. So later on, we find out you can, you know, after the internet, I start searching and I find newspaper articles from Phoenix. And then a couple of years ago, I found out somebody did another article recently about this guy, which had this old timer who was a friend of my grandfather's in it, talking about the Haunted Corral, about how this guy was basically a serial killer. And what got him caught was he was burning the bodies and the Indians on the other side of the canyon. I can't remember which tribe it is, but there's a bunch of ruins back there. And they could smell the burning flesh. And they knew, you know what burning flesh smells like if you've ever smelt it. And you don't not know what that is. So they dropped a dime on this dude to the U.S. Marshals. The U.S. Marshals came in and got him, hung him in Phoenix. But I thought it was just a fun story when I was a kid. I was like, oh, wow. Serial killing right here. It's cool. Oh, but at any rate, I was thinking, I was like, I wonder if I was on the wrong side of the West in a previous life. Like, I kind of feel like, because there was a lot of dangerous, nasty people in the Rockies. And on the, because there was, a lot of them came from the South, the Civil War, all traumatized and messed up from the war. Yeah. And then they come out here, which is just complete lawlessness. And they just do what they can to survive, some of these people. They're just basically animals at that point, getting out of war.
I don't know if I believe that. It doesn't, I don't know. People really get like that, you think? I mean, what are the?
I think it's rare. I think it's very rare.
Musicians have to be at Civil War, all that.
I think it's very rare.
I heard a story once, and I wish I knew more details, but apparently there was once a city somewhere in the West where the entire, most of, like a large percentage of the city were outlaws. And they had all made a communal agreement not to drop the dime on each other so that they could live out the rest of their life in peace. And there was like an underground network of fake your death wherever you live, and then come out here and you can live with us, and you get a whole new name, and nobody will tell anybody who you were.
Wow, it was like the early witness relocation program.
Yes, or Capstone City. Yes.
Capstone City, what's that?
Yeah. Capstone City is a certain location of a sandy
gotcha
type topography.
Oh yeah, we talked about that beach where fish hooks get stuck in people's toes if they talk about anything. Really,
I don't want to dip my toes in so deep.
Bikini Bottom.
And so
it's Nazis went after World War II.
Right. Where basically you get the fire department and the chief of police, but one of the really important characters that you have to get is the coroner. And the coroner is the cherry on top or the tip of the iceberg, whatever you want to say. That's Dr. the most Harper? Important.
Yes.
Yep. Bingo.
Coroner's a pretty powerful position.
Yeah, coroners used to be the like a really pretty big authority. If you watch the, I think that it's called the Poisoner's Journal. It's about all these poisonings in the 1800s and the rise of them having to create the office of coroner because of all the corruption of people getting paid backs for getting rid of the bodies and stuff like this, or writing them off as some death that they weren't, so that people would get away with murder all the time.
Murder is so easy. You realize that, right? Like right now, pharmacists are murdering people.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
Hospice, people are literally walking in the hospital. There's nothing wrong with them, but they believe they've got cancer and they're terminally ill, or they got coronavirus. Yes, shove this tube down my throat because my oxygen levels are low. If that's a good protocol. Murder. That's not authorized. They're killing people. People who would have lived normally if they never even would have engaged with some kind of business with these people. Murder's easy. Especially if you're, because you're the one who determines. I've seen it. It was almost weekly at one point. I would be approached by a parent who wanted to tell me about their child's death certificate and how the trouble
these
they were having
ODs
put on it for, first they'd become the realization it was fentanyl and not heroin. And then some family members would go, there's a way you could do it, depends on who you know, that would have not an overdose listed. There's overdose listing, there's a respiratory failure listing, and another one. So they could actually kind of hide the fact that a family member died of such a thing. So there's even ways to manipulate your death certificates. And I watch that unfold, and then you hear these well, they had the one guy from what's his name just did the video with the Australian dude. Help me out. He ran in England. He ran a funeral home, right? Because if the TV cameras were going to be anywhere during the pandemic, it wouldn't be there. Anyway, he was saying how they had immediately change of death certificates, the way they did all that. And it doesn't seem like a lot of these guys really had a problem with it. I'm like, yeah, it's my job. Because how could it have stopped there? You know what I mean? Coroners, funeral home directors, which is basically the same thing.
Well, didn't that guy say that he just did it as like a promotional thing for a news thing first?
Mm-hmm.
And he was like, I don't know why I'm doing this. And then he realized what he was actually doing.
Yeah. Like with the what's the medication? I was telling my wife about it. They put you on before they incubate you. It's this medication, and he said that there was a huge order for it. It's a
Michael Jackson. It's the one that makes you into a coma or whatever.
Yeah,
the deep sleep Michael Jackson drugs.
It's not even they do that to you first, and then like who's the guy who does that? Like we were talking about
anesthesiologist
donating your organs. Well, I've seen enough stories of people who went into surgery by anesthesiologists who there is no science to it. Everyone's different. That's another thing about dosage. People don't understand. Everyone is different when it comes to dosing. Mm-hmm. And these anesthesiologists are putting people under in surgery, but they're still conscious and awake and feeling every cut and stab. So, I mean, we've got how many people I'm sure there's people who have escaped the hospital in this experience and want to tell everybody how they snapped out of the anesthesia that barely didn't work, but that was what almost killed them. They didn't, the coronavirus or other cases.
We're looking at that word coroner, or plural coroners. That's meaning guardian of the crown's pleas. The function originally to protect royal properties. Coroner, a public official who presides over an inquest into unnatural deaths, cases of treasure trove, and debris from shipwrecks. The idea of the coroner being guardian of the crown's pleas, meaning their function originally to protect royal properties, reminds us that our body is not our own. That connects us back to the certificate of live birth, putting our footprint on the piece of paper to say that we are royal property, or rather property of the crown.
People could be dying strictly based on their social security number or birth certificate issue date and what they want to do with it. Like it's a banking thing.
Mm-hmm.
Are they targeting people with this? Could be. I mean,
Targeting in what way?
well, these are people of a certain stock, let's say. These families or these people. First, we all know, like, okay, off old people, okay, you don't have to pay pensions anymore, which is a huge deal.
Mm-hmm.
Just go there. They would do that for this. I mean, there was even accusations from whistleblowers on, that's what they were going to do.
Yeah, there's a status known as able-bodied person. If you are the status able-bodied person, then you are expected to continue earning and by extension paying into the tax pyramid property scheme thing, and you are traded as a stock and a bond on the stock market, whereas your birth certificate contains the number to see the value of the human capital. Certain human capital will be expected or will be projected and predicted to have a certain earning potential over time. When people grow older and they participate in a social security scheme system that they pay into, knowing that not everyone will reach an age in which they can cash out from that system. Are we still following this train of thought here? The idea that human capital, property of the crown, guardians of the crowns are the coroners who will say, yes, this person has died, and can remove them and remove their birth certificate from the market to say there's no longer an earning potential, this person is deceased. So that's the confirmation of that, and only the coroner can do that as a guardian of the crown's property.
Yep. So
And
there are
determine if treasure has been hidden.
Right, and that's like the debris from a shipwreck, or rather what happens when a body is no longer able-bodied, it is buried. It is like a treasure chest. It's put in a chest, it's buried.
It's a
Jordan
salvage.
Maxwell. The world doesn't work the way that you think it does. We're just doing business.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Not
I have a theory.
personal.
Yeah. I have a theory that's based on many other people's theories, but some people believe that your genealogy, that the speculation that is done on your CUSIP number is based on your genealogical proximity to the Christ bloodline. And so
where do you get this stuff?
I've been way into sovereignty for a long time. I've heard all the myths and all the legends. Yeah. And so some people, they believe that if you are of certain bloodlines, that the speculation on your soul, the soul corporation of those footprints is worth more. And so, right. And this overlaps with what you said, Aaron, about certain people's numbers have more value as a salvage than others. And so some people get the placebo, some people get the real deal. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and to tie this back into our title, what is our title? Just Between You and Me, ME stands for medical examiner, he or she who performs autopsies, who presides over an inquest. So just between you and the medical examiner, what is your worth after your death? Did you meet your earning potential?
Right.
What if,
Right.
yeah, if you don't own land, I wonder what kind of classification. You must own land some way, somehow. I think that might be something there.
You're right. Landowners were were honored with the vote before before everybody. They got the right to vote first.
Man, I don't know. It's this, I mean, this is processing time. Because this is this puts you in a different position. Like, I've been here before concerning all what we're watching unfold. Like, here's the thing, right? Here's the deal. And I'm like, wait a minute, motherfucker. Why are you trying to get me involved in this? What are you talking about? Here's the deal, Biden. It's always here's the deal. Here's the deal. It's like, no deal, dude. What are you talking about? I don't know you. Go away. Right? So to get you, even just to get you involved in this, like they have to get you involved or else it's not happening, right?
Yep.
I mean, just because I have a birth certificate and a social security card, which I never consented to, why am I involved in this contract? Why am I involved in any of this stuff? And why do I have to put on some kind of like show for you to prove all this stuff when I just went and told you no? Like, so, you know, just being aware of it, I wonder, puts this in some other, because what do they got? How are they going to trick you? You can't cheat an honest man. You know why? Because he's not looking for any deals. That dude's happy with everything.
That's right.
Way. He's not looking for sales. He's not trying to give you a deal either. Honest man, trade for trade. You know?
Yep.
But, yeah, I don't know. This was going to be hard to process. Are you guys ready? Are you?
Depends on what ready is, you know. I am certainly ready, like here.
Mind, heart,
here.
That's it.
I think that's all we need.
More ready every day.
Feels like it.
I keep thinking they're gonna have to put me in the dirt, because if they put me in the prison, I'm gonna start a uprising.
I know that.
I thought about that.
Yep.
I don't know. My hope lies in the spirit of humankind being God mind, actually people who are connected. You know, they just can't defeat that. We just have to watch.
Good stuff is happening. No, like, and we're seeing nature reflect it. Like, I believe that humanity will choose the right.
Nice. Bright winner.
Yeah.
I believe in the good man.
Because all men are. It's just if we've chosen to give our goodness away. You let somebody else start making decisions for you. You've given up that choice. When you're sovereign and you're making your own decisions about your life, and it's okay that somebody else has a different design for your life. So what? Fuck you. I'm the captain of this one. This is the only ship I got. So whatever.
You still got to see the corner, though. Fuck.
What do we care? We're not this. This is not going to be us anymore.
I want to be buried on my ground. I want to be in a pine box or I want to make the decision. But right now, if I die and someone finds out the state or anything, I'm going to end up in a morgue. I'm going to end up on some kind of fucked up paperwork that's probably not even going to be true, that some family member is going to look back in the past and try and get the wrong idea, whatever, Yeah. And me and my wife were talking about this. It's like, I'm like, don't tell me when I die. Just bury my ass in the ground. Go to jail. That's my mindset. I've watched so many people perish in the last 10 years, and I've seen beautiful funerals. I've participated in them, seen all the different ways people handle it, but without any actual, it's a shame. Like, when there isn't mourning, when there isn't the ritual and stuff, that will carry on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The closure ritual is really important. I think
It's
like
critical.
I worked in funeral cemetery for a year. I was young.
Yeah.
And it was
into that.
That was crazy, man. But yeah, like I did 3, I think, that were like unconventional burials. There was a dude out in Motto who did the deal was that he owned the land. That land had to be in the family.
Yeah.
So like, if the person who died on the land was the owner, it had to have been passed down to him from his son or something, to his son or something like that. I don't remember how it went, but he got a shovel and buried his dad out there. Got a permit, got the permission of some sort to do it.
The county.
Yeah. I think it was the county. I think you're right. So there are ways, I think, of doing it, but I think you have to check with your state.
So maybe it's just a matter that you don't see any of it anymore because we just forgot and we're like, nah, just right? I mean, that's a way to take your power back. Is take your funeral rights back.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's also
sure.
a usefulness in letting people know where a body is buried. So if someone unburies a body that is not registered in a certain location, then they don't have to open an investigation.
Right. Yeah. So if I die, you guys have to help me out. I want you to set me adrift on a little raft, and then you all shoot me full of flaming arrows.
Yes.
I'm down. I am so down.
So you are not volunteering for organ donation in any form?
Hell no. Hell no.
Not a donation.
And then somebody's got to collect the ashes.
Your body
and then,
will remain intact as you leave.
Do not nation.
Yeah, I just wanted to do a shout out to Johnny Larson. He was doing some sketches while our show, it looks like, and he's got an egg, a cracked egg with a syringe and a goat head, maybe. Check it out. I love his surreal art. It's so cool.
Where'd he post it?
That dude's in the Weavingspiders welcome chat.
Nice. Well, speaking of death, David Barski's battery died, and so he had to pop out because his phone went dead. He wanted to say good night.
Good night, Barski. It's good to see you, man.
Barski.
I'm glad to see you're up and around. Oot and a boot.
Oot and a boot.
Wow, that looks like a placenta on the goat's head. Half of a placenta.
Oh yeah, the tree.
Oh, cool art.
World tree.
Yeah, if anybody doesn't follow Johnny Larson, he does a daily thing. Like, follow him. His art is, and the guy is diligent. Like, every single day he's posting stuff. Like, as a discipline,
Inktober.
I admire it.
Oh, he's got one of the. He's got the three-eyed thing on there.
Yeah. Oh, is that the? Oh no, is it?
Yeah.
Have you seen the art?
Oh, it is. It's a trilops.
He's got a trilops on there.
Triops. That's what it is. Yeah.
Triops.
Brad. Hey, he plays porn music while he draws. It's awesome. So when your wife walks in, she's like,
"What are you listening to? What are you watching?"
She was like, "Again?
Again?
That's a midget porn, is it? I told you." When you put on the midget porn.
That's cool. I like the 3 eyes on the egg.
find it. I put some
cool.
printables up on the chat. Weavingspiders.
Some what?
Printables, something you can print out.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did.
Yeah, we're talking about creating images and maybe having a coloring contest, like an adult coloring contest.
Huh.
Fantastic idea.
Oh yeah, that's what this is. Can we do that? Could we have people color Johnny
Absolutely.
Larson's
Oh
art?
crap! No way.
I have to talk to Johnny Larson. Message me, Johnny Larson.
Yeah, the toxoplasmosis gondii, that's that diagram without the text. We were suggesting that people could print that out and then color it in and share it, and we'll have a
That's
coloring
right.
contest and maybe share some of that live and maybe I don't know, judge them somehow, choose categories to award prizes and creativity or
nice.
something.
So just to
Nice.
prove that I'm telling the truth, check this out. I'm just scrolling through some midget porn, and
The Hierophant, Weird
Oh.
Owl, and Crow.
What?
There it is. There's the
Wow.
card.
I think I'm gonna look at the upload date of that. Let's see, when did I download it?
Where did you find that?
That's wild.
Did I collect the stuff just like everybody else? It says July 21st, 2019. See, I was doing owls too, man. I just
July of 2019.
yeah.
What a crazy time that was.
Wow.
That was the calm before the storm.
Yeah.
Ranger books.
It's incredible.
That is neat. It's got a yod in the roots. It's got a yod in the horns. Oh, good Lord.
Oh, there's more. It never ends.
What's that?
My favorite one.
Patrick Swayze as what?
Ben from Red Dawn, man. Come on.
Yeah, we have some
Your
blind
friends
viewers
tagging you in the
tonight.
dankest memes.
Thankfully not seeing all the images.
Hey, Aaron, what's the priest spear called? The
St. Anthony?
no, this cross that he's holding, the Hierophant. I know it's on the tarot.
Oh, yeah. Here's
Also, and the key. Do you know
I
the
posted it in the
significance of the key?
hold on. You're talking about the owl, right?
Yeah.
Looks like some kind of wow. There's two crows there and everything.
Are
Key
you looking
halo.
at it, Gabe?
It's in the
I'm
chat.
looking it up here.
Yeah, it's in the chat if anybody's.
Man, you haven't lived until you sat. You've been on the mountain and you scream hail at every crow that flies by for 3 months. Man, this image. An image does so much. You can't say with words. Anyone recognize this? Divine feminine. From The Fountain.
That's the movie The Fountain?
Mhm.
I don't think I ever saw it.
I
What?
love that movie. I
It's a
love that
Darren
movie.
Aronofsky film
Intense.
from the director of Pi and that Swan movie with the swan dancers.
Wow.
Black Swan, I think.
Black Swan?
Mm-hmm.
Oh God, we're supposed to have a Black Swan event on the 18th. Black Swan event. That's an
Black Swan
election.
event on Monday the 18th. People were warning me of the 15th of October. I'm like, yeah, maybe. I don't know. All sorts of memes on the screen right now. We're seeing Joe, President Sleepy Joe.
Yep.
in a pool of water after a hook with, is that
Chinese money.
queen on there, or is that Chinese money? Okay, so he's taking the hook and the lure of the Chinese money. Dementia, the name of a Nirvana album parody.
Nice.
That classic Nirvana album cover.
Yeah, it's a tasteful image where he's wearing Speedos. I think the original there were no Speedos.
There you go.
That's the album they sell in Walmart.
There's your key.
Oh wow, cool.
A and M, those are initials
through
that I'm
M?
familiar with. The Alan Marcus initials.
A through M.
What is that? Can you post that?
Yeah.
In the chat, Aaron?
I can.
I'd like to see that up close.
You guys don't have files like that? Come on. I don't even know what's in there anymore.
Yeah, just
They're old.
just being on the internet, finding these files, saving them, and forgetting about them, and then returning to them.
Look at that turd. This image here got me home to my family. I would think of this scene so much when I was separated from my family for those years.
Yeah.
Reference
That scene kind of hurts.
300.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
From
Yeah, no,
Gladiator.
it's all, man. I'm telling you, I don't know.
And the
But
soldier
just the
returns
power of
to-
an image alone. This one here, this one too.
It's the one he's
Recognize
being
that?
when he's ripped away from his family, right?
It's from
When
the
his family is
Neverending
ripped
Story.
away from him.
No, that's when he returns after he dies. He goes
Oh,
home
when he
to his family
returns.
and see if he would think about it all the time. There's a never ending story.
Yep.
Plato's cave, the ivory tower.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, this one might get you.
I don't know if I can even read that out loud.
Oh, don't do that. He doesn't approve. They want to draft women, and I'm like,
Is the kitchen under attack? The answer is yes. The kitchen is under attack.
this kitchen
The
studio.
the food sources are under attack. The production lines are halted.
Here's your original Christian symbol.
Nice.
It is. It's got I, X, E, O, Y, whatever, Jesus. But when Christians apparently, when they were being persecuted, you would not find a cross or anything or anyone wearing such a thing. Maybe a towel or something. But that was, it was this symbol.
Like a
is what
sun
it was
wheel.
on a wall somewhere. But that's how you knew where you could meet and pray, they say. But
X marks the spot, dividing the year into quarters and 8 parts.
there's a lot of stuff going on in just a simple wheel, man. It's
It's
amazing.
a crossing.
Yeah. Or the two
There's a
crosses
Kabbalic.
cross.
That's in the. I saw it in here.
Bob's man boobs.
Bob had bitch tits.
Bob's bitch tits.
That from Fight Club?
Hey,
Fight
Yeah.
Club.
Now this is another
Aaron.
one. This
Aaron,
image alone. Yeah.
this is from the Kabbalistic Tarot.
Mm-hmm.
The second chokmah is wisdom.
Yep.
Its symbol. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Hokmah.
Chokmah. Yeah, that's it.
Hokmah. The symbol is a wheel. Yes. Yep.
A wheel
The symbol is also a dick.
is
So
also a dick. Yes.
So there's the phallic solar power of the dick.
Supernal father.
Mm-hmm.
Will to force. Dynamic outpouring energy.
Yep.
Unorganized. Uncompensated. The great stimulator. There's your dick.
Yeah.
First positive. Symbols: the phallus, the line, yod. Astrological reference is the sphere of the zodiac. The sphere of the zodiac? Oh,
The
is that the
Kabbalistic references are very important to understand at some point in your life. Just looking at them and becoming aware of them, you'll see them everywhere, and now you'll have a greater understanding as to maybe why they are there. And you're shown
Why?
this Chokmah from a Kabbalistic dictionary, a correspondences chart.
Mm-hmm. So you guys
corresponding to
and
you guys seen the how that it has no root in their tree of life. They cut it out.
Oh.
No?
Yeah.
In what?
No placenta.
Wow. Yep.
Right, the tree of life corresponds to the human body. As you place your back against the wall, it'll align with the diagram, the chart that you could put a poster on your wall.
What is
You
that?
determine
the three-dimensional version of the tree of life.
Yes. That's in the cover of a Robert Wang book. It's appropriate that his name is Wang.
An artist?
Yes, Robert Wang created a Hermetic tarot deck. He did the art for a Hermetic tarot deck, and his art is sort of these watercolors.
Post that in the link,
wrote a
please.
book about it.
I think I almost bought that set.
The Robert Wang tarot deck is quite useful. I like the art of it. It's very different. And if we're returning to the question from part 1 tonight about choosing a first tarot deck, it depends on the individual. I might say purchase 2 or 3 decks that appeal to you, and then from there choose one to focus on for an entire year, forget the other 2, and then just work with that one deck. And it might be the Wang deck, and it might be the Wong deck, but that's neither here nor there.
Oh, Alan.
If you like that joke, perhaps try the I Ching, the Book of Changes. You won't need to purchase anything at all. You just use a coin.
I was like, I got 3 decks picked
Oh,
out.
right. Dr. Dr. Wayne did was he doctor? I don't know why I said that. Robert Wayne did the Golden Dawn Tarot.
Yes.
And that's
Golden
different
Dawn,
from the
the
Alistair
Golden Dawn
Crowley.
Hermetic Tarot deck. Yeah.
Right.
I have that deck. I have his book. Yep.
I love memes.
It's a lot of fun. Do you guys have an answer to that question asked earlier in terms of choosing a first deck? I suggested perhaps the deck will choose you. There'll be a sort of an attraction to it. Other decks won't have the same magnetic energy that draws you to them. But perhaps finding a few different decks online based off of other people's recommendations. Maybe the number one question is, do you want to choose the Crowley Thoth deck? And some people say, yes, it's great. Other people say, no, it's not so great. There are differences between these decks. And if you are learning for the first time, a lot of people will say, choose a Rider-Waite deck to begin with. Other people might say, no, choose a Golden Dawn Hermetic deck, because that will allow you to understand the correspondences within the deck. So there's a lot that goes into choosing a deck. Your first deck is just going to be the baby steps. It's the training wheels. It's the thing that you're going to get comfortable with, you're going to learn about, and at some point you will move on to other decks. But the first one probably doesn't matter as much as the second deck. So don't worry so much about the first deck. Just dive in, learn about it.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, you can make a more informed decision on a second or third deck that you will maybe have a deeper relationship with and continue to use for a longer period of time. But the true answer is, you know what? You're going to make your own anyway.
Yeah.
You're going to create your own deck anyway.
Nice.
Yeah.
So at that point, the important thing in your journey is keeping a journal and a diary, writing down your readings, your experiments, the possible meanings and correspondences that matter to you, and maybe have a page in a notebook for each card, and then write down over a long period of time the meaning and the significances of that individual card. And when all those pages are filled out, now you have your own tarot deck that you have designed that is attuned to you.
Mm-hmm. Well, your own cosmology, live your own astrology, live it out, right?
Yeah, and that was
Yeah.
addressing a comment earlier about how perhaps our tarot decks are out of date and out of
Yep.
sync with the celestial sky clock, and perhaps that is true.
Yes.
So, in creating your own deck, I'm not saying you have to paint the pictures for the deck. I'm saying you will record your observations for each card, and at that point, you have essentially created your own tarot. And you can use any
Yeah, man.
deck to shuffle, but then you go back to the pages in your notebook for the meaning and the reading.
Right. Yeah. I've given advice to follow the seasons, to take a full year in creating a deck, that you would theoretically you could start in the summer with the wands, and you would be penciling in the images, and then in the fall you would fill in the colors of the sketches and cut them into individual cards. And then in the winter, you would laminate them, which is much like frost freezing them. And then in the spring, you would write the book in the spring, which fills up the vessels and gives them their meaning.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
That is, dude.
I got to take my own advice. I give better advice than I follow, but I think that's a good recipe, you know?
You think
Seasonal.
Cool.
I think about those decks that are like Klimt art and Salvador Dali, the one that Sean has.
Yeah,
And
man.
I was thinking about that because I love Dali, but he didn't actually make that deck. He made the art, and they associated that art with the deck. So I wonder how much that actually is. It's like I guess they did that with with Klimt too. That artist that a cult fan had in his background, the gold lady. They made a tarot deck of those too, and I wonder how that changes the intention or maybe the energy in the deck itself, other than as opposed to like a custom made deck, like something like that's got to have a shit ton of intention, That's got to be powerful.
Yeah.
Making your own deck.
Yeah, you could. I mean, with that kind of arc of intention, you could take a lifetime. You
Yeah.
know, collecting potential images, ideal, and then it would become like a family heirloom almost.
Yes. Yes. And do it during the Great Reset too.
Like a family, like we used to have the family Bibles.
Right.
People still have them.
Yeah. I don't have any.
I think we had our family tree put in a book. It was commissioned. It cost like 30 grand or something.
Oh wow.
Back in the 90s. My aunt, she had it made. And she left me and my brother and sister out of it.
Oh wow.
Dude, the book is
That
like
sucks.
it's big. Well, no, it's weird. I have no idea what's going on with those people. So it's something I gotta, but I'm just saying, when it comes to family, she's a curator, museum curator at the Jefferson's what is it called? Monticello or something? Monticello?
Monticello. Yeah.
Yeah, so she's a history buff.
Oh wow.
She's so intelligent, she's retarded.
Well, not that intelligent if she left you out of the family tree book.
I'm making my own. I get a new start. That's what I mean. It was like, it used to upset me. Now I'm like, oh, good. You probably did me a favor.
Yeah.
Separated me from all your trauma and stuff.
Yeah.
There you go.
When it comes to family, I mean, even if you don't have a family tree, start a new one. Boom. Yeah, I already got a social security number. I went up myself. Right? Replace their systems and their whatever, get rooted. Really? If they're etheric, right? Everything they're doing, it's like, is there anything really grounded in what they're doing? I don't know. I'm just saying.
Gentlemen, I need to crash. I'm falling. I'm starting to fade, gentlemen. So I think I'm gonna.
I think it might be getting close to that time. We've been on for about 5 hours.
I love these though. Everybody, thank you for doing this. And Eric, thank you for jumping in. Barski, thank you. Good to see you again, buddy.
Do you want to read from the book?
Oh yeah. Hey, yeah.
What's the title of it again?
Closing. It's Lindsay Sharman's. All endings are beginnings. There you go. Save the world. Save the world. Inside the deepest well, we find the key. Inside the darkest cave, we find the answer. Against our most difficult struggles, we find ourselves. And what we bring forth from those battles will save ourselves and the world. That's it. It's in here.
Once again, Lindsay, thank you.
I love that woman.
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Divine
Very
feminine,
awesome.
man. We're just waiting for them to tell us what to do. And when they figure out what we need to do, we're going to raise fucking hell.
Right on, gentlemen. Good evening.
Night.
Good night. Thank you
Night.
again. Appreciate you guys.
I'm going to be in your dreams.
Because we live in your mind.
We live in your mind.
Night.
Night.
Good night, gentlemen.
Me, I've got something to say. I'm gonna go listen to DC talk later today. Supernatural. until I hear some spider music. Barski promised us some new spider music. We gotta get some new spider music from Barski, David Barski. Record high. We need that music.
Raised over 100 young. The mate daughter was training. Now the spider can't go within 100 centimeters of the web. The spider built a web, found it, and raised over. The protein spider figures building fence was more socket.